Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the show and welcome to East Kirkby 2026. This is the air show that we've all been waiting for. This is the wonderful, wonderful former Lost Airfield, home once to 630 and 57 Squadron. This was indeed RAF East Kirkby. Today it's home to the wonderful, wonderful restoration and getting back another Lancaster in the skies. It is NX611 named Just Jane. It's also home to a Mosquito, and there's also a B-25 Mitchell, along with some pieces of Hamden, which could be having a restoration maybe one day. But here you can get taxi runs and taxi rides with the Lancaster and the Mosquito. But once a year there's this wonderful air show here at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, run by Andrew Panton, the legend that's keeping the dream to getting another Lancaster back in the skies. Welcome to the show. Tickets, I believe, may be still available. You'll have to check online, as of course 5 minutes ago, I'm not sure, the tickets look like they're selling quite fast. So do have a look online if you want to come and check it out. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all good and well, fit and healthy. Thank you so much for joining us. How you doing? All right? Yeah, good. Thank you very much. All good. No, this is it.
Just half an hour to go as far as the opportunity to climb up onto the gantry next to the Lancaster's cockpit is concerned. That'll be finishing at 12 noon as we prepare to get things underway with our display this afternoon. £2 is the donation in order to go up there, look into the cockpit, and in so doing, support the restoration to airworthiness of the Lancaster. Buy your tickets for that from the information tent opposite the hangar. Next to that is the Lancaster restoration stand, where you can find out more about the project that's putting NX611 back into the skies and support the Wings campaign that's ongoing at the moment to restore the aeroplane's wings. And at the information tent, that's where tickets are on sale for the raffle for a ride on the Lancaster at 5 o'clock today. £2 per strip. Will be announcing the winning ticket at about 3:30.
Because he's about that sort of size, sitting down, he's got a berry in the same, his face is like, he's got a little camouflage out. It's so well made, there's like a little Velcro on it, and his trousers and everything. Brilliant.
That's something I didn't expect. The US Army Air Force has marked de Havilland Tiger Moth up from its base at Audley End in Essex, joining the flight line as well. The Americans had a few Tigers stationed with 8th Air Force units in Britain for various liaison and communications tasks. This one represents an aircraft of, I seem to remember, the 353rd Fighter Group at Gox Hill.
I've been robbed.
Claire, do you want this?
Take a deep breath.
Here you go, Claire.
A little bit bitter there.
Claire, use this one.
Running for about 20 minutes and then that little stuck and then 20 minutes later in fact.
Yeah, signal was rubbish, isn't it?
Got this on the Instagram thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not buying you're buying a never-ending battery power thing. Oi, this one.
It's not going to give a ticket on the way in. Nicholas, would you like to do it?
Now, while of course a major centre of attention here at East Kirkby is always the resident Lancaster, Just Jane, there is of course another very famous and formerly airworthy Avro bomber that many of you will, I'm sure, be very interested to hear the latest on. I'm talking of course about Vulcan XH558 at Doncaster Sheffield Airport, and I'm delighted to have with me Richard Clark from the Vulcan to the Sky Trust, who's here for the day. Richard, a warm welcome to East Kirkby. How are you doing?
Great, thank you, Ben. That's very nice of you. Great day out, great to see a lot of people here and people enjoying themselves and looking forward to a great flying display.
Absolutely. So, as regards XH558, of course, it's now more than 10 years since the aircraft made its final flight. The future of Doncaster Sheffield Airport, its base has been very much in the news. Thankfully, this is now much more secure than it was looking, and the Trust has a permanent home there for the foreseeable future. What's the current progress with XH558 and the creation of a facility around it at DSA?
The plan is now that we want to get both the aircraft under cover, that's XH558 and of course WK163, the Canberra, and I guess you could say negotiations are continuing to enable us to do that. We've got a very good relationship with the new leases of the airport, and basically we're in a situation where we're moving forward very positively with the opportunity then to create a centre for the Vulcan and the Canberra, and also allow people to come and visit them and experience engine runs as well.
And obviously, in order to make that possible, XH558 is the subject of regular systems run-ups and the like, isn't it?
That's right, yes. We've got actually today and tomorrow engine runs and obviously regular 28-day recycle runs to make sure that she's kept in the best possible condition and to make sure that we can maintain it really for the, I suppose you'd call it, for the nation.
And it is, of course, an exceptional example of the type, and a very, very popular aeroplane still. How can people continue to support XH558 as you look towards the future?
Okay, well, anybody who's interested in finding out more about XH558, my apologies, or wishing to support, as you rightly say, Ben, should visit the Vulcan to the Sky website, which is vulcantothesky.org. And obviously, like the good people here, we're always welcome anybody coming forward to help us to volunteer and also to support in any way they can.
What sort of help are you looking for in terms of volunteering? Because there may very well be people here who have some relevant expertise.
Yeah, well obviously we've got an engineering team at the Trust, DSA, but obviously we're always looking for more people. So anybody with any engineering expertise, anybody that may have worked on Vulcans of course, or indeed any V-bomber would be of huge benefit.
And I know that the educational aspects of your work continue to be very much to the fore. What are you still doing in that respect with the aircraft currently unavailable for view, but hopefully in future to be?
We're very much working with a number of local organisations within Doncaster, the Doncaster area in South Yorkshire area, particularly respecting inspiring young people, which is part of our mantra, as you know, Ben, and obviously in a situation whereby we are trying to engage with as many young people as possible. I've just been speaking to one of the Air Cadet Squadrons, and they're very keen to welcome us in to give a talk. So the interest is there from the Air Cadets, the interest is there through STEM. Obviously that's one of the big things we are promoting, and making sure we engage as many people as possible to ensure they get the full benefit of the engineering of the Vulcan, how it's still relevant today at this time.
All exceptionally laudable aims. Next year, 20 years since the aircraft made its maiden post-restoration flight in civilian hands, and hopefully there'll be some excellent news to report as to its future before then. Richard Clark from the Vulcan to the Sky Trust, thank you very much for joining us today. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Ben, and good wishes to everybody here. Have a great day. The weather's fantastic, and I think we're all looking forward to a superb display on the ground and in the air.
We certainly are. Thank you very much, Richard.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at East Kirkby. Hope we're all good and well. Don't forget to start things off by hitting the like button. Giving us a thumbs up. And of course, do join us, do come and subscribe and support the Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you live military aviation.
We don't often welcome rotary wing machinery to East Kirkby, but there's an exception, an Enstrom 480 helicopter joining us as part of the fly-in.
Oh, I love the reg.
Kicking up a bit of dust over on the hard standing down at the left-hand end of the airfield. To the pilot's brief, which gets underway in a quarter of an hour. Also in a quarter of an hour, the D-Day Darlings will be performing their first set of the day. That's inside the hangar at 12 noon. If you missed that one, then they'll be back on at 2:30. Please, a few of the usual do's and don'ts, one of which is especially relevant today given the hot and dry weather we've been experiencing for so long. We ask you please, no barbecues are allowed on site due to the fire risk, and we also ask you please, no other naked flames, because obviously the grass is tinder dry at the moment. You will have seen in the news some of the very serious fires that have been taking place elsewhere around the country. So please make sure that we stay safe in that respect. And also please don't leave any bags unattended around the site. Any unattended bags we do find will be removed and may be destroyed.
So if I bank to the left, if I pan to the left over here, we can see Just Jane, there she is, what history she has.
The souvenir programme covering today's activities costs just £1. You can buy those from the information tent and programme sellers around the site. That
Hello.
Information tent is opposite the front of the main hangar here.
So I'll put a link where you can support Just Jane. You can even go further and actually book a taxi ride with
Time for me to take my leave for a little bit.
Thanks,
The
Ben.
pilot's briefing shortly to be underway. I'll be back with you after that with a run-through of the planned flying programme. Don't forget, we get things underway on the airfield with the Mosquito, with its first taxi run of the day, starting at 12:30.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nick Austin, your cameraman. Don't need to be a commentator today. We've got Ben doing that. Thank you. Again, Ben and the likes of George, Smoky Bacon as well. Both of those are very big influences, you know, to commentators I do look up to with their commentary. So it's kind of nice to take the sort of the back step for today. But while Ben's going to the pilot brief, I'll give you a little bit of history as best as I can, and you know me with the history, we do love it. But welcome to Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, home of the wonderful aircraft. Museum is a regular museum that you come and visit as well, and they are planning to get this very Lancaster back up in the skies. First of all, for those who don't know, this was once upon a time a lost airfield. It was built in 1942 and opened on the 20th of August of 1943. It was for number 5 group of Bomber Command. It was a station that had 2 squadrons, famously 57 Squadron, which arrived on the 27th of August 1943, and 630 Squadron on the 15th of November 1943. It was actually a headquarters and a command station for stations Strubby, Spilsby, Hemswell and Manby. It was part of 55 base RAF as well that was here. 93 maintenance unit. These were all after the war. Also 139 Squadron were also here as well. 57 Squadron, some of you may recognise it, especially if you are in 57. They are still operating today at RAF Cranwell. They are now into the elementary flying training. They originally formed in 1916. And you'll notice on the starboard side of this very Lancaster, it has the initials DX, the squadron code DX for 57 Squadron. But they formed in 1916, and they were flying the Avro 504 in a flying training element. And in 1943, they supplied the majority of the crews of the 617 Dambuster Squadron mission, the Dambuster raids as well. 27th of August 1943, they carried out a raid from here on Nuremberg, and they took out a 109 and a Ju-88. In World War II, the squadron, they flew 5,151 operational sorties. They lost a total of 172 aircraft, which was indeed Lancasters, and 129 of those were indeed Lancasters of the 172 aircraft that they were operating. So the squadron code that you can see here, Lima Echo, that's for 630 Squadron. They formed from the actual B flight of 57 Squadron. This can happen quite often, like 99 Squadron from their B flight, they formed 149 Squadron, etc. It was quite common. Sometimes you can also have heavy conversion units forming from particular flights. They formed from the B flight on the 15th of November 1943. They took part in many major raids here at East Kirkby, including the Battle of Berlin, Operation Exodus, before disbanding on the 18th of July 1945. That squadron took 1,218 operational sorties. They never saw 446 men. They were lost. 67 became POWs. Oi oi. 29 evaded capture, and 6 were interned. 630 ended up having a loss ratio of 46%. That's extremely high. So this is NX611, nicknamed Just Jane. Oi, oi, you're right there, buddy. realised, I had a look thanks to the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum as well. By the way, give them a shout out, the South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum, Doncaster. Come and check them out. They're here today, actually. They've got a Jet Provost cockpit that you can come in and have a look. They've got a Tucano. So even the mention of Jet Provost has set a car alarm off. They've got a Tucano simulator. They've also got a cockpit of a Gloucester Meteor F8 as well. Do come and see the guys, and of course don't forget to visit their museum as well. Now this very beautiful Lancaster you can see on the screen, she doesn't fly yet. She's probably got maybe another 5 years project, and you know, for the Lancaster and Merlin fans, here is literally a bomber that anyone would probably be in their top 3. If you were to mention to all these people here, the Lancaster would pop up for a bomber for World War II. You know, for those that don't know much about history, I'm sure the Lancaster will be popped up in as a top 3, no doubt. But this is Just Jane, as she's called. She is a Mark 7 Lancaster, built in April 1948 at Longbridge, 1945 at Longbridge. Not 1948, 1945 at Longbridge, which, for those that don't know, was a car factory. She was put together at Longbridge and took her apart and put on a trailer known as a Queen Mary, and she was transported to her home RAF Elmdon. Now, many of us have either landed or arrived at RAF Elmdon, because it was in fact Birmingham International Airport. Now, RAF Elmdon was where Just Jane first flew. She was intended to be part of the Tiger Force and fly in the Far East. So she does have all the upgrades for the Far East, such as radiators that are different to cope with the climates out there. But she was destined to go in April 1945, but due to that standing down of the Tiger Force, it didn't happen, and her fate did not happen in this way, and she ended up in South Wales instead and stayed in storage until 1952. She was sold to Aero Naval, which was the French Naval Aviation Service, for £50,000 under the Western Union Agreement, and went off to Morocco. She carried out coastal and border surveillance in Morocco, and in 1960 she set off to New Caledonia in the Pacific to carry out the same surveillance work. By 1964, she was one of the last 3 surviving operational Lancasters. The Historic Aircraft Preservation Society put in a request to the French government to have the Lancaster when it finished its service, but not expecting confirmation that they would actually acquire Just Jane, but they weren't really expecting to pick it up in Sydney, Australia either. So guess what? They did just that. In 1965 they did their checks and took 9 days flying to get her back to the UK. Just Jane was put into a plan to fly her at air shows. Now, Just Jane's next home was Blackpool. She was laid to rest at a museum in Blackpool, but sadly the museum went bust, and the airframe Just Jane went into auction, and at the auction the Panton brothers were present at the auction. Bidding didn't go well though, and she didn't meet her reserve. It was Lord Lilford who purchased the Lancaster after the auction and allowed the RAF to borrow her as a gate guardian at RAF Scampton. So many of you may have seen Just Jane as a gate guardian at Scampton. The agreement was for 10 years, but after this period was over, Fred and Harold Panton had a discussion with Lord Lilford, which then led to the agreed purchase for Just Jane, and this is how she came to East Kirkby. Now, why did they want the Lancaster? Well, the Panton brothers wanted a Lancaster bomber as a memorial to their older brother, Christopher, who was a flight engineer for 433 Squadron in Halifax's during the war on the night of the 30th to the 31st of March 1944. He flew in one of the worst raids of World War II. He flew into Nuremberg, and they lost 94 aircraft that were lost in one night, and Christopher Panton was in one of those Halifaxes lost and was sadly killed. So his brother, brothers wanted something to remember him by, with a Lancaster bomber as a memorial, as there aren't any Halifaxes flying unfortunately, but the Lancaster would be a great tribute to their brother. So this is why you have H on the squadron. After the squadron code LE, you have H for Harold and F for Fred on the other side, where it says DX. All right, so that's what those mean, in case you were wondering what the oi oi they do. Where was that one? Oi oi, all right. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, you're right, lads. How you doing? Okay. Good, good, good. So there we go, little history there. And again, you may have noticed already the beautiful Mosquito. We've got the Turbulent Team here. I think this is the yaks of the Flying Comrades. And then I know some of you had this as a favourite. Well, actually, any one of these two, the Lysander or the gyrocopter. So this is the Wessex Lysander. Beautiful history, which you'll hear no doubt from Ben as well. Beautiful. And we got the on your screens just earlier there with the Turbulent Team. We also had the Curry Watt, which is a Phoenix. Look at that. And this can actually do an English electric style. I know, English electric lightning style takeoff. I know, right? You're like, what? Yep. I'll leave that there, shall I? So not long now, just under half an hour now for the actual displays. Who's this? Oh, you're right. How you doing? Okay. You're right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good, thank you.
What a lovely day.
It's good.
I've seen you on my phone.
You've seen me on your phone?
Me when I've seen you at at the RAF station.
Oh, nice
with
one.
the teddy bear.
Yeah, that's it. He's about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you okay?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking.
Are you going to be at Blackpool?
Not this year.
No.
Not this year. No.
No. I'm down there next week.
But we will be at Eastbourne.
Yeah, I'm down there next weekend.
Yes. We'll be at Eastbourne, mate.
Yeah. Hello there. How are you? I'm a YouTube fan of Ted. Yeah.
There's a lot of our. I must admit, I'm very proud to see a lot of our T-shirts here today. Ted Coningsby merchandise.
They're flying. They're doing it at night. They're the night flying. We're all moving them out, but they weren't flying.
And pinned comment, by the way, forgot to mention while I was giving you the bit of history of NX611 was the fact that the link to donate to Just Jane to help her get flying again. It is an official link. It's official. It goes to the Lincolnshire Aviation website. Okay, it's nothing to do with us. It is an official link, so there's no middleman in there. If there's a little message, do put in the if there is such opportunity, just say, you know, it's from you've seen it from the Ted Coningsby YouTube stream, because obviously we can't keep a tally, unfortunately, but I know we do have an impact, because I was told that some of the link donations does peak when we're here, which is nice, but it'd be nice to know it came from us. Oi, how you doing? It'd be nice to know it came from not from us, obviously, but from you via our stream, and it does help. So you know, and it's nice that there's so many people here today. It's great. There's definitely a few thousand here today, which is nice. Absolutely brilliant. It's great to see. Nice chippy. That's the Staggerwing. Where's the gooch? Wasn't he just here? Oh, of course. Of other cool things to have a look at is where is it? There's the Portuguese Chipmunk, and then you've got, oh, look at these, wow, and then I've got something to share. It's the tied them off, but look at this, a V2. I know, an actual V2. I know it's a replica, but still, I've never even seen a replica before, a V2 bomb. I think it was powered by potato juice and vodka or something like that. Not exactly, but wow. Staggerwing. This we seen at Old Buckingham. And then, how about these two for a completely different, just complete contrast right there, look. Yeah, I can do in a bit. I'll do it in a bit. So we've got a little, we've got a mini little table today. So come and see us. We've got a mini table with a couple of patches on demand. Come and see the team. We've got various bits and pieces, a little table by the van, and we do have our new patch which is out now. And come and get it. This is the JTCF, the Joint Ted Chinook Force patch, because Ted seems to have a thing for the Chinook. It is a wonderful patch. It does come with Velcro as well, so you just peel that off. You can stick it to existing Velcro or do your worst stitching and then hide it. Look at that. Just about says see ya. There's Ted there, as Ted's flown in two of the, let's have a look. He's flown in the roll demo. He's flown in an actual Chinook display. Has he flown 5 times then in a Chinook? 2 roll demos, a display, 2 roll demos, a display, oh, and firing the guns at Holbeach. Yes. So it's 4 times he's flown in a Chinook. And it wouldn't be uncommon if we get a pilot come up to us to call on Ted for assistance in flight. So watch this space, it does happen. Got a few yaks there, 2 yaks of the Flying Comrades. So plenty of stalls and stands behind me. We've got the Royal British Legion. We've got giraffes on tour. Unique. What else we got? Animal Hut Gift Company. What else we got? Unique Custom. I can't read that. Is that what it says? Unique. We've got RAF Engineering, we've got the BBMF, Flight First, RAF Engineering. Of course, you've got the Just Jane, you've got South Yorkshire Aircraft Museum, the Aero Adventures, or Aero Ventures. Lots of stands selling camos and fatigues, aeroplane models, gifts. And there's also, don't forget, I can't see it from here, but just behind me, there's another row of like cadets, number 17 Squadron, Coningsby Cadets, Ted Squadron. I'm sure the regiment are there as well, RAF regiment from last year. There's a lot of companies that I can't see, unfortunately, from. This is what I can just see from here, but there's another row of shops, and it's quite fantastic. And of course, you've got the hangar as well. I think the D-Day Darlings are performing. Who else we got? We've got quite a few things going on here. Quite a lot, isn't there? Food. If you can't find the food, just look for a gentleman called Tim Gooch. Oh dear. Looking forward to the plan. We're going to hear the plan, see what we've got starting the flying. So if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button. Do give us a thumbs up. It does help the stream get out there for other people that have similar interests as well. There are also relations and friends of those going on the taxi ride, so it's nice for them to be able to see their friends or family live having their taxi ride. And of course the pilots, their friends and family can watch them display. Again, similar vibes to the likes of Old Buckingham as well, that family vibe. It's such a relaxed, chilled out air show, and we're here to promote the air show, promote the wonderful displays that go with it and everything that goes with it. And it's great for everyone to have a little replay and watch back the memories of what they've had. And I know some photographers behind the camera, I know what it's like. You know, if you spend all day behind a camera, it's nice to actually just see it as well. So this is the next best thing. Hey, how you going? All right? Good. Good. You okay? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Looking forward to it. Nice. Bit cooler today, which is nice. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm hoping so, mate. Yeah, all good. Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah. You guys all right? Good. Good. Nice. Yeah, that's all you can do, man. Just keep going. That's it.
I've got meeting notes.
Ah. Bigger. Oh, nice, cool. Nice one. Oh, nice one, that's cool. Good, yeah, still going. Cool. Take care, man, you too. So yeah, make sure you add Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre in East Kirkby on your list of museums and heritage centres to visit in the Lincolnshire area. There's plenty of museums and heritage centres to visit in this facility. And this is definitely one up there as well. You can also join their membership as well. We've got the gold membership. Do everything we can to support. You know, the likes of, hopefully we get to see Sally B, the likes of, you know, the challenge involved to not only get the aircraft airworthy and flying again, it's maintaining that hard work that goes on behind the scenes. For those members that got to see a little interview with Richard Goodwin, you know, you heard him say it's what people don't see is the work that goes on behind the scenes. All that maintenance, how much maintenance he said that goes on for every 10 minutes of flight. It's hours and hours of maintenance, even on a 10-minute flight. And that's even from one spectrum of Typhoon. You know, the amount of maintenance needed after a Typhoon display, you're going to need to, you know, just check it out. Although the EJ200 engine does have 1,200 flying hours without any maintenance, of course, but still. Hopefully the light should be quite good for a bit of visuals. So you'll notice some taxi runs, and you know, all is forgiven, because I for one also wish that when we start seeing these aircraft taxi, the Mosquito and the Lancaster, you just want them to just, come on, up you go. You just, you know, you are forgiven if you think, come on, you can do it, fly. I know, because I'm the same. Every time I see him taxi and put on that throttle up quite a little bit, I just think, yep, come on, flaps down, let's go, ride. Flaps up, elevators, you know, that kind of thing. Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. Good. Yeah, good, thank you very much, all good. Oh yeah, third year in a row. Yeah, good. So East Kirkby was one of 46 military airfields in Lincolnshire during the Second World War. And Lincolnshire, their airfields were no more than an average, thanks to Parry for sorting this out for me, were no more than an average of 7 miles apart between another airfield. Now what I've done here, we've done a World War I airfields in green, and the ones in the sort of roundel were World War I and went on to World War II. Okay, so we're talking about a Royal Flying Corps airfield retaining the military status right up to the Second World War. So blue was a designated World War II airfield, if that makes sense. Okay, so they weren't a World War I airfield originally. You can see how many. So you've got Coningsby there, East Kirkby, Morby, Spilsby. There was an airfield in Skegness during the First World War, but not in the Second. We've put Holbeach in there, which would make it 47 establishments, but I believe 46 were actual ones with airfields as well. Sutton Bridge kind of took on that role of having an airfield there. It's amazing, isn't it? Barkston Heath, that also had the C-47 Dakotas there. Metheringham with Lancasters with 106. Amazing. And you'll notice Brattleby was the original name for Scampton, and that doesn't need much of an introduction, right? Amazing. A lot of history there in Lincolnshire. Palmer County, as it's dubbed, it is England's second largest county.
Filming out that plane there. So, go to that game.
So my name's Nikos, I'll be your cameraman today. We've got Ben doing the commentating, and this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. Welcome to the show, welcome to East Kirkby Airshow 2026, and very soon we'll be starting the Airshow flying displays very, very soon. A big family vibe here, which is really nice to see. Hey, how you doing? All right? Yeah, good. Good to see you. Yeah, you too. Enjoy your day.
Look at Daddy. Smile. Smile. Look at Daddy. Look at Daddy.
Looks like the Mosquito is getting prepped to start up.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. Just 5 minutes to go before we get things underway with our display this afternoon. The pilot's briefing is complete, and so I've now got the running order as things stand for the flying at this year's East Kirkby Airshow. Apologies for talking over the startup of the Mosquito, which is our first item on the airfield, but I thought you might like the latest info on the schedule before the Mozzie gets underway. So, Mosquito taxi run to begin with. Then we've got the Spitfire 5 from Fighter Aviation Engineering. That'll be followed by the first Lancaster taxi run of the day. Then we've got some formation aerobatics from the two Yakovlev Yak 52s of the Flying Comrades. the always very welcome sight of B-17G Flying Fortress. Sally B will be following that up at about 1:45. Then we've got the Sci-Fi Marchetti SF-260, the Aircraft Restoration Company's Westland Lysander, gyro air displays with the Calidus Auto Gyro, always such a spectacular display. The Lockheed 12A Electra Junior from Fighter Aviation Engineering at 3 o'clock, the second Lancaster taxi run. And then some real fun flying from the Ford Dream Turbulent of the Tiger Club's Turbulent Team with their barnstorming act. After that, we've got the North American Harvard from the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight. A new act for East Kirkby in the form of a Diamond DA-42 Twin Star, the Beech D-17S, the Staggerwing, a solo display from a de Havilland Canada Chipmunk. And then the last actual display of the day will be a Yakovlev Yak 11, that replacing the Yak 3 that we had intended to have on display. And once the Yak is clear, centre stage will be taken by the always fabulous joint taxi run from the Lancaster and from the Mosquito. If you've only just joined us on this beautiful Saturday, a very warm welcome from us all here at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre at East Kirkby. And as ever, we've got sights that you will not witness at any other event this year, other than those staged here at East Kirkby, such as the spectacle that we're about to witness. Tony Agar's Mosquito NF2, very much his life's work, the sole currently active Mosquito in the UK or Europe. And former Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Bomber pilot Mike Chatterton at the helm of HJ711 as it gets underway to open the East Kirkby Airshow 2026. Tony Agar reckons that parts from somewhere in the region of 50 different Mosquitoes have contributed towards the restoration that produced this one. And as a reminder of that fact, shavings from Many of those donor airframes are kept in the cartridge containers in the cockpit, so as many as possible of them have a tangible presence.
You sound very experienced.
Get on with it.
a spectacle. Mike Chesterton at the helm of Tony Agar's Mosquito. It was way back in the late 1960s that Tony started out on his journey to collect Mosquito parts. This is the end result, by far the most powerful symbol of the outstanding work done by the crews of this most capable and versatile of RAF platforms of the Second World War. Interestingly, one of the major steps forward that Tony took in bringing together Mosquito items came in April 1972 when he attended an auction at Blackpool's Squires Gate Airport of the Reflectair collection, which had gone under. Most famously, the main subject of that auction was a certain Avro Lancaster, serial number NX611, which was sold to Lord Lilford for £12,500 a couple of days after the auction, having failed to reach its reserve price. That, of course, is the Lancaster that we now see here at East Kirkby as Just Jane. Tony purchased a Mosquito cockpit from that Reflectair auction for just £7. It was from that he took the serial number that adorns this aircraft, that of HJ711, a Mosquito NF2 night fighter. In fact, Tony now believes that it's likely that it wasn't actually HJ711, but nonetheless, this identity, quite rightly, has stuck forevermore. And what an absolutely splendid sight that aeroplane makes. Your one and only chance at the moment to see Mosquito under its own power on British shores, and we'll be seeing it again later in the programme as part of our fantastic joint taxi run finale with the Lancaster at 5 o'clock.
So we've got the Spitfire just behind me. Just in a holding until it's given clearance to run in for a display.
Another Rolls-Royce Merlin engine that we'll shortly be hearing, as very appropriately we start our flying displays at this year's Airshow with a Supermarine Spitfire, and with an example of a mark that in many ways was something of a stopgap for the RAF. The Spitfires of Marks 1 and 2 of the Battle of Britain era needed replacing, but as it turned out there was no time to set up production of the planned Spitfire Mark III with a new wing. Therefore, Rolls-Royce's Merlin 45 engine was incorporated into the Mark I airframe to create the Mark V. And it proved very rapidly that it was superior to its predecessors. The Mark V entered RAF service in early 1941. It was a more versatile aeroplane in some ways than those that had gone before, with
nice one, thank you.
different armament options being possible, and also the option of having flipped wingtips
Oh, we have. Oh, cool.
the aircraft's low-level performance and manoeuvrability. And the Mark V really helped the RAF not just hold the line, but to go on the offensive into occupied Europe, serving very well also in theatres such as the Mediterranean and North Africa. The Mark IX was in turn a considerable improvement on the Mark V, which had increasingly, as the Luftwaffe's new Focke-Wulf FW190 fighters came into service, proved less of a match for them than they had the earlier marks of Messerschmitt Bf 109. Nonetheless, some Spitfire 5s were still on the front line at the time of D-Day in 1944. The one we're about to see, which will be running in a few moments earlier than its planned slot at 12:48, is a product of the Westland Aircraft plant at Yeovil in Somerset. It dates from September 1942. It was delivered to RAF Zeals in Wiltshire for number 66 Squadron, which back in 1938 had been the second ever RAF Spitfire Squadron after number 19 at Duxford. It then went on, this aeroplane, to number 129 Squadron at Ibsley in the New Forest in Hampshire, during which time among its exploits was escort for that most famous of Boeing B-17 Flying Fortresses, the B-17F, named Memphis Belle immortalised in William Wyler's wartime documentary film on its return from its landmark 25th mission. Latterly, the Spitfire passed to a Royal Australian Air Force Squadron number 453, and it completed more than 100 operational sorties in all, before a taxiing accident saw it being struck off charge. When decades later it was restored, it was put back into the air at the Lincolnshire Heritage Hangar in its number 129 Squadron markings, complete with the presentation aircraft inscription as it born in wartime, that of the Central Railways Uruguayan staff. It flew again on the 15th of May 2015. A couple of years later, it was sold to Anglia Aircraft Restorations, took up residence at Duxford. It's still in that ownership effect, but the operator is now known as Fighter Aviation Engineering. It's a very, very fine combat veteran specimen, the most famous RAF single-seat fighter of the war. And so, look out to the right, our first flying display of the day, the Fighter Aviation Engineering Supermarine Spitfire LF-5C. Final pass coming up. A lovely display from Ed Yard in the Spitfire Mk.Vc.
Last pass coming up.
And it looks like actually we're going to get one more pass.
Well, how about that, ladies, shelter teddy bears? Hope you enjoyed that first display.
But now we turn to the aircraft that's still very much the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre's flagship, the Avro Lancaster 7, Just Jane. And with this aircraft, we go back to this aerodrome's wartime RAF Bomber Command history. East Kirkby was opened in late July 1943 as part of number 5 Group Bomber Command. And by the end of August that year, number 57 Squadron's Lancasters, with code letters prefixed DX on the fuselage side, was operational. That unit took part in its first raid over Germany on the 30th of August 1943. Their targets, Mönchengladbach and Reit. And number 630 Squadron, whose code letters were LE, joined it also on Lancasters that October. The figures relating to operations from East Kirkby during the war years are decidedly sobering. 212 operations were flown from East Kirkby, which amounted to 2,147 individual aircraft sorties and some 20,000 flying hours. 121 Lancasters were lost on operations from this airfield and 29 more in training. The human cost, of course, was also very significant. 848 of the station's personnel lost their lives, 157 were taken prisoner, 61 of them were awarded decorations, including no fewer than 42 Distinguished Flying Crosses.
Yeah, we do, but
But it was in relation to the RAF's other principal 4-engined bomber of the Second World War, not forgetting, of course, the short Stirling. I'm talking about the Handley Page Halifax, through which the Panton family's connection came about. It was on the night of the 30th and 31st of March 1944 when 795 Bomber Command aircraft set off from airfields in the east of England, many of them in Lincolnshire, to attack the German city of Nuremberg. One of them, from Skipton-on-Swale in North Yorkshire, was a Halifax 3 of Royal Canadian Air Force Unit number 433 Squadron. Among its crew was a 19-year-old flight engineer from Nottinghamshire, pilot officer Christopher Whitten Panton. That crew that he was part of were on their 27th operational mission and therefore nearing the end of their tour. Sadly for them, they wouldn't reach that point. 95 of the RAF bombers that embarked on that raid were shot down. Their Halifax included, downed by a Luftwaffe Messerschmitt Bf-110 twin-engine night fighter, piloted by Lieutenant Wilhelm Zeuss, and it became Zeuss's 4th kill of the night. The loss of Christopher Whitten Panton came as a terrible blow to his family. But 2 of his brothers, Fred and Harold, decided they wanted to commemorate his memory. Their ultimate aim was, as it turned out, to obtain their own Lancaster. Well, it took very many years, but eventually they achieved it. Fred and Harold ran the family farm at Stickford, not far from here, and when Lancaster NX611, as I mentioned earlier, was sold off at the 1972 Blackpool Airport auction, they gained an agreement with its subsequent purchaser, Lord Lilford, to have first refusal on buying it for him whenever he decided to sell it. But where would they keep it? Well, in the early 1980s, the old airfield at East Kirkby was coming up for sale in several different plots. They came across the control tower, went onto the balcony and decided there and then that it would be a wonderful thing if this airfield could in some way be resurrected, the Lancaster obtained and moved here with a centre created around it to commemorate not only their late brother but also all of the other fallen of the wartime Bomber Command. They concluded the purchase of the land in 1981. They started restoring the control tower various museum exhibits came in. For much of this time, this Lancaster was displayed still in Lord Lilford's ownership as the gate guardian at RAF Scampton, but when its tenure there came to an end, negotiations over its sale began, and in that the Panton brothers were successful. They bought the Lancaster in September 1983. It still had a few years to serve out on the gate at Scampton before it was moved here. That occurred in April 1988, the aircraft being brought in from Scampton by road. And in July 1989, that dream came true. The Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre was officially opened. Of course, the next milestone was getting the aircraft up and running again. And the first trial taxi run of the aeroplane took place in the summer of 1995. So things have continued ever since, but now with the aircraft gradually being restored to airworthy condition. And we see it beginning to fire up its Merlins for the first of 3 taxi runs of the day. Hoping you'll be able to hear this announcement over the noise of the Lancaster's Merlins. We've got 3 people who are booked on the 3 o'clock Lancaster taxi run who haven't yet booked in. So could Chris McCauley, John Mann and Julie Rogerson please make their way to reception to book in for your Lancaster taxi run at 3. That's Chris McCauley, John Mann and Julie Rogerson. Please go to reception and book in for your Lancaster taxi run. Thank you very much. is nowhere else in the world which allows you to experience so viscerally, so close up, the sheer power of the 4 Merlin engine bomber. Don't forget to buy your raffle tickets if you'd like to take a place, potentially, on the closing Lancaster taxi run of the day at 5 o'clock. Go to the information point in the tent just opposite the open front of the main hangar, and you can buy your raffle tickets. Just £2 a strip, and all of it going towards the restoration to airworthiness of Just Jane. What a magnificent sight it already makes. What an even more magnificent sight it will make when it takes to the air again. More twice from the Lancaster later on, with the individual taxi run at 3 o'clock and then the joint taxi run with the Mosquito to close our show today. Now, time for some aerobatic team action. 2 Soviet-designed basic trainers taking to the end of the runway. The display team we saw for the first time at East Kirkby at last year's Airshow, very much spreading their wings around the display circuit in Britain.
What's that red button on your line? What's that say? Main door. Press that. Right, that's the ejection.
Getting into the air then, 2 Yak 52s. A very workmanlike looking machine, but one possessed of an excellent aerobatic performance, as we'll see demonstrated over the next few minutes by this 2-ship display. This team generally operates as a 3-ship, led by an example of the 4 to 5 seat Yak 18T, one of which, not their aeroplane, we've got on static display here. But today it's the pairs version that we're going to enjoy, getting together initially in the hold to form up before running in. So look up and to the left this time. The two Yak 52s have formed up into echelon formation initially. Powering up and about to build up speed for their opening loop. It's the 2026 Flying Comrades. The Yak 52, a two-seat, nose-wheel equipped trainer version of the single-seat and exceptionally capable tail-wheel equipped Yak 50 aerobatic aircraft. It was designed for the Soviet paramilitary flying training organisation called DOSAF, but of course with the end of the Cold War and the falling of the metaphorical Iron Curtain, this is an aeroplane that achieved an outstanding amount of success in terms of sales in the West. There we've seen the formation change from echelon into line astern for a barrel roll. And they're back into echelon. I said this is a workmanlike looking aircraft. It is an extremely rugged aeroplane, as all Soviet and Russian aircraft had to be to operate in some of the extreme weather that they would experience over there. The accent very much on simplicity of design and operation, and so it is with this aircraft. Plenty of power, 360 horsepower from the Mk.Vc radial engine up front, which equips all sorts of light and sporting and utility aircraft built in the former Soviet Union. You might have noticed when the aircraft flew in towards you that the main wheels don't actually retract fully into the wings, a potentially useful feature for a trainer in case the student pilot forgets to lower the undercarriage. Production of all Yak 52s wasn't undertaken in the Soviet Union but by Aerostar in Romania starting in 1978. And apart from deliveries to, for example, the Soviet training organisation and to the Romanian military, that plant later helped fulfill a great deal of demand for the Yak 52 on the Western market. And it's Not hard to see why, really. As I say, it's a very potent aeroplane. You can see it's got really good aerobatic capabilities. Far cheaper to operate than something like, say, a Harvard, one of which we'll be seeing later. Now, in directly towards us for a break. This design stressed to between +7 and -5G, and it was built in several variants. This is the standard one that we see here, the two-seater with a tricycle undercarriage, but they also built Yak 52s equipped with tail wheels. Some of them also with uprated engines. Giving us a solo aerobatic slot. This one was built in 1991. It spent quite a long time in South Africa before being imported to the UK in 2007. With a hesitation roll off to the right as the second aircraft dives in from the left. This aeroplane dates from 1987 and it joined the British Aircraft Register a decade later. More than 1,800 of these Yak 52s have been built. It really is an excellent entry-level aerobatic mount. In fact, there has been a one-make, as it were, aerobatic competition category solely for the Yak 52. Display centre as the two aircraft prepare to rejoin shortly for the final few manoeuvres of the display. The team leader today is Phil Hardesty, now in his 7th year of display flying. He started out in the display team of de Havilland Chipmunks, known as the Red Sparrows. He's a commercial pilot who's been flying one way or another since he was just 10 years old, and he is a very regular sight on the display circuit. Also flying as part of the GI flight of Piper L4s and the American Mark Tiger Moth that we saw landing in earlier on. And joining him, another commercial pilot, Alex Newton, as the number 2 here, following Phil round in this line astern pass. Alex first got to know Phil when he was on the same course at the Oxford Air Training School. He got his private pilot's licence aged just 17 and began flying the AC-52 in 2007. He's now in his 5th year on the display circuit.
He's got a job now with... And so coming in for their final manoeuvre, their last break of a typically professional display from these two now very seasoned display pilots. In they come towards us, the two Yak 52s, Phil Hardesty and Alex Newton, the Flying Comrades.
Very, very nice display by the flying comrades. Please, once they've shut down and exited their cockpits in a few moments' time, show your appreciation for their efforts. But in the meantime, looking out onto the horizon over towards the right, it's always a pleasure to see not only a 4-engine bomber right in front of us on the grass here at East Kirkby, but also to have one in the air. And that's what we're going to enjoy now, courtesy of an aeroplane that represents one of the greatest achievements in the history of aircraft preservation in this country. A 4-engine bomber kept airworthy in solely private hands, and now the only example of its type left flying in Europe, one of only a handful airworthy in the world.
Here we go.
And here it is, running in from the right, the Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress, named Sally B. Along with the consolidated B-24 Liberator, the B-17, one of the two primary 4-engine heavy bombers of the United States Army Air Forces during the Second World War. Flown, of course, in huge numbers from bases across East Anglia by the US 8th Air Force on the unbelievably hazardous daylight bombing raids that were the mighty 8th's stock in trade. It was in August 1942 that B-17s of the 8th Air Force undertook their first bombing raid in the European theatre, escorted by RAF Spitfires, like the one we saw earlier, to attack the railway marshalling yards at Rouen. Those were B-17F models. What we see here is a B-17G, the definitive Flying Fortress version. But even with additional defensive armament on this aircraft, those daylight raids were still an incredibly perilous business. The 8th Air Force was primarily conducting those daylight raids against German industrial targets and transport and resupply networks, for example, railway marshalling yards and rail junctions. One of the big problems was that initially they didn't have any escort fighters able to accompany the bombers deep into occupied Europe. The Spitfire was far too short-ranged, and initially the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt, which started to be deployed to Britain with the 8th Air Force in early 1943, wasn't that long-ranged either, though later that situation began to improve, and still later, of course, it was the North American P-51 Mustang that took the escort fighter game on still further. But even as the Allies gained air superiority, the dangers for the crews engaged in the daylight raids over Europe was immense. those dangers are really highlighted by the story of one bombardment group of B-17s in the 8th Air Force in particular, the 100th bomb group stationed largely at Thorpe Abbott near Diss in Norfolk. That group became known as the Bloody 100th due to the utterly grievous losses it suffered on certain missions in particular. Its wartime emblem is a D in a square that was worn on the tail of its B-17s. Today, the successor to that unit is the 100th Air Refueling Wing of the modern US Air Force at RAF Mildenhall, flying the KC-135 Stratotanker. And when we next see Sally B flying past, you might notice that the aircraft this season has got the 100th Bomb Group's D in a square emblem on the tail. This following on from the Duxford Summer Air Show at its home base a few weeks ago, where a special flypast was performed by Sally B with one of the KC-135s of today's Bloody 100th. Now you can see bomb doors open on this path, showing you just how small the B-17's bomb bay is in comparison with, say, that of the Lancaster. Sally B has now been on the display circuit in Britain and performing commemorative flights since it arrived on these shores in private ownership in 1975. It's an incredible record for any aircraft to have remained active in private hands for so long, and especially so when you consider the effort and the expense required to operate a 4-engine heavy bomber privately. But such have been the tremendous efforts over many decades by this aircraft's operator, Ellie Sallingbow, and her colleagues. Without Ellie, it's certain that this aircraft would no longer be acting as the great flying memorial it is to the men of the 8th Air Force in particular, who flew from East Anglia during wartime. Assisting Ellie in all that is a very dedicated team behind the operation of this aircraft and the worldwide membership of the Sally B Supporters Club, an excellent organisation to join. Go to their website at sallyb.org.uk to sign up and do your bit to help keep this aircraft in the air for future generations. This aeroplane dates from 1945 when it was built at the Lockheed Vega plant at Burbank, California. After relatively brief service with the US Army Air Forces and US Air Force largely as a test aircraft, it was sold to the French government's IGN, Institut Géographique National, mapping organisation on mapping and survey flights around the world, disposed by them in the 1970s, and it was in 1975 that the aeroplane embarked on its new life in the UK, and here it stayed ever since. There is, of course, a significant RAF history with the B-17. In fact, the first B-17 missions of the war were flown by Bomber Command specifically by Fortress Mark 1s, as we call them, of number 90 Squadron, operating to Wilhelmshaven, one of the main German Navy docks, in July 1941. Unfortunately, the experiences of the RAF with the B-17s on those early raids were nothing short of disastrous. Only the other day, though, this aircraft undertook one of its many commemorative flypasts of the year over the crash site of an RAF B-17 of number 90 Squadron, and what a splendid aerial salute it provided. As indeed it does here. Final pass coming up, smoke on to simulate damaged engines, and above all, to pay tribute to the fallen of the US 8th Air Force, flying from Britain. B-17G, Flying Fortress, Sally B, captained today by Andrew Dixon, with his co-pilot, Paul Schluer. And as Sally B heads back to its base at Duxford, a quick announcement please for the owner of a red Fiat, registration ND67YFG. Please return to your vehicle. You need to move it because it's blocking in parking in the disabled car park. That's a red Fiat, registration November Delta 67 Yankee Foxtrot Golf. Please return to your vehicle and move it as directed by the marshals because it's currently blocking some access in the disabled parking area. Thank you. Time for a rather more modern design now, but nonetheless one that very definitely counts as historic, even though it's still a type that's in service with several military air arms. Exceptionally elegant light trainer and tourer.
Hope you're all enjoying the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Ted Coningsby channel live here at East Kirkby.
On the roll now, the Side Marchetti SF-260. What a pretty aeroplane. SF in its name stands for Stelio Frati, the man behind its design. I don't think he had it in him to produce an unattractive aircraft. Pretty much everything he drew was beautiful, and that's certainly the case with this. And I said it was historic. This is actually the oldest production example of the SF-260 family still flying. It was first registered as far back as November 1966, so it's coming up to 60 years old. Not only is it a very attractive design, it's a very aerodynamically efficient one, and when you couple that with the 260 horsepower Lycoming flat 6 engine, it gives this aeroplane excellent performance with cruise speed in the region of 180 knots, and all of this also contributes to the fact it's got long range, 1100 nautical miles. And here it is in from the right for its first pass. The design was originally thought of purely as a fast sports tourer type of aeroplane, but its handling qualities were such that it caught on in the training role, not least with many air forces. In fact, it's used by some of those air arms, including the Italian Air Force, to this day, and it's even been adapted by some of its operators as a light ground attack platform. Perhaps above all, it's, by all accounts, an absolutely lovely aeroplane to fly. One of those aircraft with very nicely harmonised controls, and one of those that really talks to the pilot. Distinctive feature of the SF-260 are the wingtip mounted fuel tanks, and they've got little winglets on them which direct air onto the outer edge of the ailerons on the wings, and they help maintain good roll authority even when the aircraft is in the stall, and the pilot gets excellent feedback as it approaches the stall. When that moment occurs, its characteristics are apparently very benign indeed. The aircraft, as we see, is fully aerobatic. This one doesn't actually have a full inverted fuel and oil system, so its time inverted is limited to just 10 seconds. Private owner, this really is a lovely aeroplane with all that performance I was mentioning. It can fly from short strips, it can cover long ranges, and if you're suitably qualified, you can do aerobatics in it as well. Wing waggle on the final pass there for the SF260. But before it comes back into land, our next act, a beautiful historic aeroplane about to get underway off the runway in the form of the Westland Lysander 3A. and the short takeoff capabilities, which were part of the Lysander's raison d'etre.
Didn't eat much, did it?
The Lysander back with us shortly, while we bring the SF-260 into land. And a typically professional and elegant presentation of the Sci Marchetti SF-260 by its owner, Paul Freeland. Now we turn to an aircraft that was designed to serve RAF Army Cooperation Command, replacing its earlier biplane equipment in the forms of the Hawker Audax and Hector, but which really found its greatest niche during wartime in a very specialised role indeed. The specification dates from 1934, and Westland met it with this incredibly distinctive high-wing monoplane with big undercarriage spats, lots of cockpit glazing for both the pilot and the observer, and two forward-firing .303-inch machine guns, plus one for the observer in the rear. It was also to be capable of carrying bombs on stub wings mounted on those wheel spats. And the very unusual wing design was the result of role experience passed on by Army Cooperation Command pilots, which above all highlighted the need to give the crew an excellent field of vision. Four squadrons of these aircraft were deployed to France in September 1939 for artillery spotting and reconnaissance. One of them, that November, even managed to shoot down a German Heinkel HE-111 bomber. But during the Battle of France, in the early part of 1940, its vulnerability was really demonstrated in performing attacks on German positions and low-level supply drops in addition to its main roles. Losses were serious. Nonetheless, Lysander's of No. 4 Squadron were the last RAF aircraft to leave France for England after France's fall in June 1940. On into the Battle of Britain, the Lysanders of the RAF's Army Cooperation Squadrons were assigned to the Provisional Air Sea Rescue Service, searching for downed RAF airmen in the Channel for rescue launchers or other craft to pick them up. It wasn't particularly successful in that role, it must be said. Lysanders also carried out many patrols of potential invasion areas along the south coast. Very boring work for their crews. They served in the Western Desert, in Greece and the Far East, as well as at home. But it's for the types of work in support of the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, that it achieved its greatest renown. And here we see an outstanding example, one of just 3 currently airworthy in the world, running in now from the left, the Lysander. Of these aircraft, numbers 138 and 161 squadrons, supported the wartime SOE and conducted the Lysander's most famous wartime missions. In fact, between them, those 2 squadrons completed in excess of 400 operations from August 1941 to the end of 1944. Those sorties were carried out by Lysanders fitted with an access ladder on the fuselage side and a long-range fuel tank underneath the fuselage. And they supported the SOE by dropping secret agents into and hopefully recovering them from Nazi-occupied Europe, making full use of this aircraft's short takeoff and landing capabilities by flying into small landing sites at night. Sites that would be lit by nothing more than moonlight and perhaps a few torches, which would hopefully be put there to mark the strip by members of the French resistance. And the pilots of these aircraft committed many heroic deeds in sometimes incredibly challenging conditions. Remember, they had no radar, nothing in the way of navigation aids. One wartime SOE Lysander pilot, James Atterby McCairns, wrote of how more than once, when every other command in the Royal Air Force cancelled operations for the night, the Lysanders went out to brave weather, which was more deadly than the enemy. These were long flights, as much as 8 to 9 hours, depending on their eventual destination. And of course they'd be flown with the aircraft heavily laden and little idea for the crew of what might transpire on their arrival in France. One pilot of number 161 Squadron, Peter Vaughan Fowler, found one landing site lit by candles and burning newspapers due to a lack of torches. Then there was the possibility that the location of the landing and pickup site might potentially have been somehow betrayed to the Germans. This was vital work. For example, James Atterby McCairns said his diciest operation was his 24th to a site near Arras in France in November 1943. He was to bring out squadron leader Tommy Yo Thomas, who'd been gathering intelligence towards the Operation Crossbow campaign against the German V weapons. was dreadful. At one stage, to keep below cloud, he descended to just 500 feet over the channel. And he went over the German coastal defences at that height. Thankfully, they didn't open up. When he found the field that he was to land in, the agent he was due to pick up had used torches to create an X, as he put it, like a miniature searchlight. He touched down, just managing to stop before the grass turned into a ploughed field. Thomas was waiting for him at the landing site. He and other members of the reception party had arrived there with a hearse as part of a funeral procession. That was their cover to get them there out of sight of the enemy. And to give you an idea of how important these sorties were, on his return to the UK, Yo Thomas went straight for a meeting with the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. This is the only airworthy British-built Lysander. The other two still flying were both manufactured in Canada. It was built at Westland's plant at Yeovil and delivered to the RAF in early 1941. In the RAF, it served with number 225 Squadron at Tillshead near Warminster in Wiltshire, including patrols along the Hampshire coast and the Isle of Wight, and the provision of air-sea rescue cover. It then went to Canada and trained air gunners as part of the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan. Much later, it was bought by the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford. It took 15 years to conduct this meticulous restoration. It was completed in the summer of 2018, and it flew again for the first time in at least 72 years that August, finished in its original number 225 Squadron colours from 1941. The Aircraft Restoration Company has done a lot of research into the crews who flew this very aeroplane during wartime. And it's shown that one of its pilots went on to receive the Air Force Cross and a posthumous Distinguished Flying Cross. Another was awarded a posthumous Victoria Cross. The gunners who flew on this aircraft in wartime moved on to serve on number 617 Squadron, the Dambusters, and flew on the Ruhr Dams raid in May 1943 as a tail gunner. Just some of the stories associated with those who flew the aircraft we see in front of us.
Said about them exploding in the cockpits.
Incredibly, this is one of two Lysanders that served on number 225 Squadron that has survived to the present day. The other is on static display in the Royal Air Force Museum, London at Hendon. Final pass then from the Aircraft Restoration Company's Westland Lysander 3A. And a gentle wing rock on departure from Mike Collett, head of training now at the Aircraft Restoration Company. He's heading off back to his base at Duxford. He's got a Spitfire to fly later today. Now, before we move on with the display, a message for Charlotte Booth. Could Charlotte Booth please go to meet her father at the red marquee in front of the Lancaster? That's Charlotte Booth, please go to the red marquee in front of the Lancaster to meet your father. And also a quick message for those who brought dogs to the show today. I've been asked to point out that there are dog bowls around the show site should your canine friend require any liquid refreshment, so do please avail yourselves of those in these warm temperatures. Well, from one flying machine with outstanding short takeoff and landing capabilities to another, which takes it to even greater extremes, an act that we've had most years at East Kirkby over the past decade, and when you see it perform, it's not hard to understand why, because this is a really close-in, low-level display of a fascinating flying machine. To the uninitiated, it may look like it's a helicopter, it definitely isn't. It's an auto gyro. It's a type called a Rotor Sport Calidus.
Check this out.
And there we can see the spin-up mechanism on the main rotor being used, which is going to help propel it into the air in an amazingly short distance. And then it'll proceed to show you just what it can do over the next few minutes. And here it goes. This is Peter Troy Davies of Gyro Air Displays.
And look at this.
And off it goes. Now, the big difference between the auto gyro and the helicopter is that the rotor blades on the auto gyro, apart from the spin-up mechanism we saw being used before the start of the takeoff roll, are completely freewheeling in flight, driven only by the air that goes up through the rotor disc. And there's an example of the sort of quite extreme manoeuvrability that's one of the characteristics of this type of flying machine. remember there's no mechanical drive to the rotors. This is the principle known as auto-rotation. That rotor just looks after itself and keeps on spinning. It's got a 115 horsepower Rotax 4-stroke engine which runs on ordinary car petrol at the rear of the fuselage pod. And that pushes it through the air in terms of forward flight. The rotor is actually inclined slightly to the rear, which means the air flows up through it and keeps it spinning. And that, of course, will be the case even were the engine to fail. So it's a very safe sort of design as well. Now, Peter's got an excellent view of you as he goes through his paces. Look at the amount of cockpit glazing. So do give him a wave to show how much you're enjoying his incredible antics as he gyrates and waltzes along the line. It's a really stable type of machine as well, and it can fly in the sort of weather that would ground an awful lot of other aeroplanes. Like an awful lot of fun to fly. He's also cleared to fly lower and closer than some of the larger, heavier and more potent machines in our display. It's also, quite apart from being a lot of fun to fly, a very comfortable tourer. It's got a heated cabin and an adjustable pilot seat. Peter's been flying for more than 30 years now. In fact, he started displaying 35 years ago, back in 1991, and he's flown at pretty much all the major air shows around the world. He's also won a variety of awards for different types of flying in microlights, powered aircraft and others. Having gained a bit of height, he now is showing us a very, very tight spiralling descent. So manoeuvrable, being shown to us by a real master of his craft, one of the most experienced auto-gyro display pilots in the world. so much simpler, so much cheaper to operate than a helicopter, and the autogyro really has experienced a renaissance in recent years thanks to types like this Calidus, which is a German design. Coming past us low and slow. If you had a back garden big enough, you could definitely operate one of these to and from it. Bringing it in nice and slow in front of you and about to give you a bow. But he's not quite done yet, because just watch his circuit to land.
Wow.
And that was it. Peter Troy Davies of Gyro Air Displays. Fantastic.
That's amazing.
It's like when we come for the flights for like 30.
Yeah, Charlie flies out of Strummy. He's got 2 seats, the other one. And he's doing flights for 50 notes, and of course I get to just with a bloody script.
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, when it gets dark, we've only got so long.
Not so a wacky rabbit. Yeah.
A slight intermission now before our next display item. We've got the Flying Comrades with the 2 Yak 52s to depart. A quick reminder, we've still got some performances to take place on the ground. The D-Day Darlings should be performing inside the main hangar around now. The Lincoln Voice Academy Choir will be flying up there at 3:30. And then the last of today's vintage dance performances takes place at 4:30.
See ya. Bye. Oh, right, how we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. Hope you're all enjoying it. It's a real amazing air show, isn't it? Just make sure you don't miss out. They do have other events as well. We covered the Lancs, tanks and military machines. They have other events as well, photography events, fireworks, poppies, poppy dropping from the Lancaster, all that kind of stuff. It's amazing. And of course, it is a functioning museum. They've got, I'll tell you what, they've had a refurb with the cafe and the restaurant. It is scrumptious, man. From breakfast to brunch, lunch, it is tasty. No, all right, man. Here he is. Oh yes, yeah. People didn't know where the food was, and I said, just look out for this guy. So, hope we're all enjoying the show. LEJ Approach, Derek, Doug Ross, Aspen, what up? LC, EP65, Argen, what up? Watching from the Netherlands. We've got West Coast from Aspen. We've got LEJ Approach from Leipzig, Arjen from the Netherlands, what up? Who else we got here? Doug Ross, how you doing? LC, what up? Emma, Henk Verhuel, Phantom Fanatic, hope you're all good. Grifter, Synchro Tones, thank you so much, everyone. You've been awesome today. You've been really good. Lots of you on the show. And please, just one more time, if you hit that like button, do subscribe to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel as well. Hartmut Heckman, how you doing as well? All your way to you. LEJ, what up, man? Hope you're all good as well. Mark Dudley. I have our spanner flight from all over the world, actually, from California, West Coast, Netherlands to Leipzig. What up? How we doing? Joshua Brown, Christopher Neal, Doncaster, Last Batter Purple. How's it going? Alex Blackcat, get in there. Hope you're all good. Right, time for departures. And I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a TCS massive going on down here. You alright, buddy? How you doing? Right, here we go. Departure time. As we say goodbye to the flying comrades. The display was lovely. But this thing here, this curry what? Yes, it is. It's. Oh, I'll tell you what. Hopefully, it does a PTO from about here. I can't wait for the PTO. Please. You probably think I'm mad about PTO. It does actually pull up very nicely.
The flying comrades then starting their takeoff roll to head back home to Duxford.
Did he really just do that through that little gap there?
Still be up and...
That was amazing. Did you see that? Hey buddy, how you doing? You're right.
Yes, very well, thanks.
Yeah, good. Good to see you again. Good. Yeah, bit of a drier one this time. Bit too dry, right?
That family rooms with a nice still.
Yeah, he's all right, man. He's here actually. It's he's hardly come out today. It's been a bit non-stop, which is good. There he is. Oh, nice one. Doing a grand job. Thank you.
Well, our next aircraft is shortly going to be taking centre stage. It has to rank as one of the most historic airframes still in flying condition anywhere, not just in the UK. We're really privileged to have it over here on these shores. It's owned by Fighter Aviation Engineering, the same organisation that provided the Spitfire earlier in the show. And it's a representative of one of a series of twin-engined small airliner and transport designs created by Lockheed in the 1930s. This is a smaller version of their Model 10 Electra. It met a requirement laid down by the US government for a new feeder liner. It first flew in 1936, and for its time it was an incredibly sleek and advanced design. All metal construction, a top speed of 225 miles an hour, and very long range, around 800 miles with standard fuel tankage alone. It was used in relatively small numbers as an airliner. It mainly found favour with private and corporate operators, but the one we're about to see has an incredible history in relation to the story of aerial reconnaissance. The Australian-born Sidney Cotton was an aviator, adventurer and inventor, amongst other descriptions that have been applied to him.
You can almost see the Lockheed Hudson in this sometimes, you know.
This aircraft became associated with him as war clouds gathered in Europe. It's the Lockheed 12A Electra Junior. In financial difficulties after some failed ventures when he was recruited by one Wing Commander Fred Winterbottom, the head of the British Secret Intelligence Service Air Section, to head up the flying side of a new reconnaissance operation on behalf of the SIS. This was required as I say, war clouds gathered over Europe and traditional sources of intelligence increasingly dried up. It started as a bilateral arrangement with the French because both countries needed up-to-date aerial intelligence. A first Lockheed 12A was handed over to the French for their own operations after a disagreement with Sidney Cotton. The second example went almost straight to France. The SIS needed an aircraft of its own, and this very one provided that. It's the first production prototype example of the Lockheed 12A. It was sold second-hand to the Secret Intelligence Service in early 1939, shipped to Britain, and converted for the reconnaissance role by the Cunliffe Owen Company at Eastleigh in Southampton and Airwork at Heston. They installed a pair of square camera ports in the bottom of the fuselage for a split pair of F-24 reconnaissance cameras, an aperture in the cabin door for a handheld camera, and also small camera ports in the wing leading edges between the engines and the fuselage. Didn't stop there. Cotton's assistant photographer, Patricia Martin, devised a couple of further mods to the aeroplane. One of them was a teardrop window on the port cockpit side, which could act as another position for a handheld camera. She also had the idea of using pipework to divert hot air from the engine exhausts across the lens of one of the cameras in the aircraft's belly to stop it fogging up at altitude. be flown operationally by Sidney Cotton himself, but also by his co-pilot, Flying Officer Bob Niven, a Canadian. Thankfully, unlike Cotton's, Niven's logbooks survived, and they reveal some of this aircraft's secret missions. They also reveal what it didn't do, and what has perhaps passed into legend. It started out photographing key points in the Italian Empire, as far afield as Italian Somaliland and Libya, naval bases, aerodromes and the like. And then, in mid-August 1939, it made its first sortie over Germany.
Lockheed make amazing aircraft, don't they?
That sortie started and finished at Heston, near London. It lasted 6 hours 10 minutes. It captured Luftwaffe airfields and the East Frisian Islands. Later that month, it photographed naval objectives in the North German coastal areas. It also flew several times to the famous Tempelhof Airport in the centre of Berlin on business associated with Cotton's SIS cover story, which was as a representative of a company making colour photographic film. But records show it never actually undertook any photography on those sorties to Berlin. One famous trip took it to a major international air rally in Frankfurt. Again, it undertook no photography while it was there. The fact that all the camera doors, or at least the ones on the underside of the aircraft, were manual, ruled out truly clandestine reconnaissance work. So some of the tales stating that this aircraft undertook photography with senior Nazis on board during these visits to Germany might not stand up to much scrutiny. One thing that is known, though, is that on its last visit to Berlin before war broke out, it did so in connection with an abortive attempt to fly the Reichsmarschall, Hermann Goering, back to Britain for peace talks. War broke out, obviously it could no longer fly over the Reich. It carried out missions to the west coast of Ireland to check reports of German U-boats refuelling there, and it flew to the Dutch and Belgian ports to check on the presence or otherwise of boom defences. It then was taken into RAF service. For all this time it had been in this civilian colour scheme, and it was used as a support aircraft and on certain business associated with the Secret Intelligence Service. Often it flew to France before the armistice with Germany in June 1940. Its career could very well have been over in September 1940 at the height of the Battle of Britain, when a parachute mine was dropped on the hangar containing it and a number of other aircraft at Heston. Instead, it was shipped back to the United States for repair and enjoyed a long career with various operators, but eventually it returned to Britain, being sold to Fighter Aviation Engineering and restored by Air Leasing at Sywell. And it flew again from Sywell in Northamptonshire in March 2023, the first time it had flown from British shores since 1940. This colour scheme is very interesting, even though, as I said, Sidney Cotton's cover story related to a manufacturer of photographic film. No colour photos survive of this aircraft from before the war, so it's, according to as much research as can be undertaken, a best approximation of the scheme Cotton is said to have designed, the colour scheme being known as camo tint.
That used to be all muscle when I was an engineer.
And it's very definitely a colour that changes hue depending on the light you see it in. just 130 Lockheed 12As were produced. A surprisingly high proportion of them survive in airworthy condition, and there are about half a dozen in Europe alone, including this one.
Bought another one, so I lost the green one. I had a green one. It's obviously got like
Final pass by this beautiful aeroplane. Coming up. And incredibly historically significant Lockheed 12A Electra Junior, flown today by Ben Cox and Steve Jones.
Is that not just one of the most beautiful things? Yes,
so this is what we've got on the website. It's a bit what it's
see you.
So the Electra Junior clearing back to Sywell, and the Lancaster being pulled out for its next taxi run. And I'm delighted to be joined by Andrew Panton from the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Andrew, how's it going?
Hello, well, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us here for your commentary. You're doing an excellent job as always, Pep. And thank you to everybody as well who's come to the event to support the air show and in turn supporting the restoration of the Lancaster.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, Andrew. How's it going? What stage are you at? And what's the current position with the various different sections that have been going on and coming off the aircraft?
So for those of you that might have followed the restoration of the Lancaster up to now, we are in a difficult position of having to taxi the Lancaster in the season to raise funds to then spend on the aircraft to make it airworthy, which is all very well when we can take a piece off, restore it over winter and bolt it back on again. But for the larger pieces of the aircraft, such as wings and large sections of the fuselage, we had to think outside the box a little bit and borrow sections of other Lancasters to taxi with while we could restore our pieces to airworthy. So when you look at the Lancaster now, you'll see the rear fuselage section has KB976 written on it. So that's a section borrowed from the South Yorkshire Air Museum at Doncaster of KB976, which allowed us to fit that section and then take ours off, restore it to airworthy, ready to refit. So in the hangar you'll see the various parts of NX611 in the structures bay at the end of the hangar, and one of those sections is the rear fuselage of NX611. We also have the tailplane of PA474, which is the Bastard Brits Memorial Flight Lancaster. It's fitted to NX611 at the moment, while our tailplane is in jigs. And we also have the port wing and nose section of a Lancaster in France, NX664. So we're progressing through the Lancaster piece by piece, restoring it to airworthy and then reuniting it back with the rest of the aircraft. So we'll work our way around the Lancaster until eventually it's all NX611 again and is ready to fly.
So what then, once this taxiing season is complete, is the plan for the coming winter?
So this winter you'll see the Lancaster come apart into sections, so the tail will come off, the rear fuselage will come off and the rear mid fuselage will come off. So that's the section that has the squadron codes DXF written on it. So it runs from almost from the back door all the way up to the middle of the wings. So we've just finished the restoration of the rear mid-fuselage of the French Lancaster. So that will be fitted this winter. Come December time, we'll be removing the rear mid-fuselage from the Lancaster and hopefully bolting on the French Lancaster section and then preparing it ready for taxiing again.
It really is one of the most tremendous collaborative efforts I can think of in aircraft preservation, having these other organisations supporting you. You must feel incredibly grateful towards them.
Yeah, absolutely. Using these other organisations to help with the restoration of the Lancaster has basically unlocked the project so that it can be completed. If we were to try to restore the aircraft, the Lancaster here, just by restoring these sections of the Lancaster that we own, then basically the aircraft would have to be grounded for, well, it's grounded anyway, but have to not run for a number of years while we work through the aircraft, which would have meant, of course, we couldn't raise the funds to then do the project at all. So being able to work with South Yorkshire Air Museum and the guys in France, Les Anciens, if you excuse my French, then it has, as I say, unlocked the project and enabled us to progress to getting our airworthy again.
It's absolutely tremendous, and of course we can't wait for this to happen in due course. And while all this is going on, you've got the B-25 Mitchell project happening as well.
Yeah, so anybody who's been into the hangar will see the B-25 sat there. That came from the RAF Museum as part of a series of disposals of aircraft as they reimagine their displays. So that B-25 is in fairly good condition really, so we plan to have that in a taxiing condition ready for 2028 hopefully, which will enable us to do a little bit more work for the Lancaster, and the B-25 will hopefully taxi to fill the Lancaster's operating slot to remain, keep something taxiing here at East Kirkby. Once the B-25 has been taxiing for us for a little bit and the Lancaster's back airworthy, we'll then look to restore the B-25 to airworthy as well. So yeah, there's lots happening here, and of course Resident Mosquito as well, which you'll all see taxi today, and Tony Agar and his son are here today, watching the aircraft taxi and helping to operate it. So we're doing our best to keep East Kirkby live and keep Warbirds operating here as well.
It's all absolutely fantastic. Andrew, thank you so much for coming to join us, and thank you to you and the whole team for all that you do for these wonderful aircraft and this incredible site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everybody who's attended as well, because we can't do any of this without the public support. So events like this, and you all paying your admission fees to an event like this, does go towards making the dream a reality in reality. So yeah, to getting the Lancaster restored again. So thank you all very much for your support.
And thank you there. Andrew Panton, the perfect lead-in to the taxi run by Just Jane that's coming up in a few moments' time.
And we've got the link in the pinned comments, Lady Shen Steady Base. If you want to make a donation to Just Jane, it goes straight to the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre site. We've got a link in the description as well if you can't see the pinned comments, or if you're on a replay. If you can, just put a little note that you did it from the Ted Coningsby live stream, just so that we can get it out there that that we've made an impact as well, made a difference as well, contributing in the passive way as best as we can. So you'll notice engine 3 will start on the Lancasters. It gets the same for the A400s. This is quite common for multi-engine. This will power up the hydraulics. There we go. Braking systems. That's quite common in multi-engine. One engine is designated to do some, I can't remember, I think the B-17, one of the engines did the heating systems for inside. I can't remember which one it is, and of course even the Wellington twin-engine bomber, one of them would be powering up the hydraulics. Right, here we go. Turbulent Team getting ready as well. Where's Kevy going? Where's Kevy going? Kev man, where you going? Where's Kevy going? Where's he leaving? go. Just think of the 7,377 Lancasters that were built. Only 2 in the world are airworthy. One in Canada, and one at Coningsby with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. A tribute to Bomber Command of the 55,573 personnel that were killed in Bomber Command. Nearly 10,000 of those, nearly 10,000 POWs. You take care, man. Oh, man. Take care, bro. See you again, man. You take care, man. First 4-engine heavy bomber was indeed the Short Stirling. It entered service with 7th Squadron, July 1940, followed by the Halifax. Oh, bit of flamage. Yee. Lancaster entered service with 44 Squadron at RAF Waddington. An early Christmas present, Christmas Eve 1941. Yeah. Whereabouts? See you later, Kev. The RAF's most produced bomber was indeed the Vickers Wellington bomber with 11,461 or so. We were making them at 28 a week. Enjoy.
This time it was Ernie Taylor and engineer Jody Elcock at the helm of the Lancaster. And now, from the sublime to the, well, also sublime.
Here we go.
Because some of the smallest aeroplanes on our flying program today, with the exception of the auto gyro that we saw earlier, are taxiing out, and it's time for another really fun display.
Here we go. Look at him.
And another really traditional display, because this team that we're about to see is nearly 70 years old.
Hey man, how you doing? You alright, buddy?
Yeah.
Good. Now, if you've not seen the Turbulent Team, you're in for a wonderful surprise. And we're going to see some barnstorming to the next level. It is next level stuff. Yes, Gooch. I've got one. You're on, man. Oh, it's lovely when the clouds is. I'm so glad you got the clouds up there. Good. Here we go. Here we go.
These tiny aeroplanes are Dream D-31 Turbulents, a French design, but these ones were all built by Rollisons at the former Croydon Airport. And they and the organisation that operates the Tiger Club are the very epitome of fun flying in Britain.
And you didn't miss here when Ben says that they're powered by a Volkswagen Beetle engine. You'll hear that in a moment.
And here they go, the Tiger Club Turbulent Team.
Let's ride. Look at them. There they go.
These aircraft go through their paces. Remember, they have only got 1600cc Volkswagen car engines at their disposal. One of these aircraft weighs only some 160 kilos empty, and their wingspan is less than 7 meters. It's an aeroplane, as you might expect, that has quite lively handling, but in the hands of skilled display pilots like these four, we're in for a fantastic quarter of an hour or so. And this team really has been almost the university for the British air display circuit in some ways. So many great display pilots, including some that we see flying, for example, heavy warbirds on the airshow circuit these days, cut their teeth on the Turbulent Team. It's a brilliant training ground for the aspiring display pilot. You get to learn, as I say, some interesting handling characteristics. You get to learn about being on the display circuit, travelling around between venues. You get to practice your formation flying skills, and all of this for a relatively low cost. And so much of this is the raison d'etre of the Tiger Club, established nearly 70 years ago and still going very strong today, based at Damon's Hall in Essex. They operate, as the name suggests, Tiger Moths. They've got a Cap 10 that we were hoping to see in the show today, and they've got the Turbs as their flagships. Here running in box formation to start their display, and they'll be going into a 360-degree turn. Maintaining such a stable, close formation is made all the more challenging by being in such a low-powered aircraft as this, because if you get out of formation, the likelihood is that you simply haven't got the power at your disposal to be able to regain. So this is very, very impressive formation flying indeed. As they finish their circle, we see a very smartly executed formation change coming up. And there they are, making that change into follow my leader, or line astern as we call it. In for another circle on display centre. The team being led today by Alex Renier, who joined the Tiger Club in 2017. His aim to expand his experience on tailwheel equipped aircraft, and that he's certainly done. Of how bumpy it is up at the altitude they're flying, from how these tiny little aeroplanes are being bucked about in the breeze. Alex took one of the classic routes into display flying with the Turb team. He initially started out helping the ground crew at different events, accompanying them in the formation transits, all the while doing his training, and he started displaying during the 2021 season. Now the three aircraft left in the main formation, running in for a break, and you can see some of those ground crew now hard at work out in front of us on the airfield as they do so, and Alex will shortly call the break. You might be able to make out the fact that he indicates exactly when to execute the break using hand signals from the cockpit. Traditional washing line has been erected at the centre of the airfield, And yes, they're getting ready to hopefully fly underneath it. So watch out for the first of the limbo runs. Charging down towards the limbo poles.
Here we go. Keep it there. Oh, goodness me, did they just do that?
Watch the limbo pole holders as well, holding the washing line absolutely rock steady out there, even when the little turbs are hammering towards them.
Now, these guys got to be brave, man. Yeah, darling, can't speak to you on the phone right now. I've got a plane coming towards me. Amazing, absolutely brilliant.
Now in for the second set of limbo passers, and watch them crossing over as well as they do it. Of these turbulents were built by Rollisons at Croydon, and the Tiger Club has had about 18 of them over the years. The first one came to Britain 70 years ago this year. That's the Silver aircraft taking part in the formation today. Roger Drouin was the man behind this design. Silver aircraft do it. Yes, successfully under. And now the long-suffering ground crew, only 2 of them today, positioning themselves out in the centre of the airfield, because we're getting ready to deliver some high-explosive ordnance. Watch them dropping it from the cockpit. Flower bombing. Oh! And that was a pretty good go for the first run. They're getting their eye in. Here comes the second. Oh, too late a release. And now for number 3. I have never seen the target actually be taken out, and I still haven't. So they're going to try it from the other direction. This is their final go on the target. Are we finally going to see it destroyed? There's a final go. Oh, well, it didn't actually hit the target, but we will call that a hit. One interesting point from the history of the Turbs is that in 1960, the late Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, took off in one of these aircraft for a flight which made him the first and only member of the royal family ever to have been pilot in command of a single-seat aeroplane. But he didn't get up to any of this sort of antics. Balloon bursting. Watch them coming in. Oh, and caught in the slipstream, but not a direct hit. And there's the balloon caught in the slipstream. It's... well, I've never seen that happen to that extent before. Is the second aircraft going to go for that same balloon or the higher one? It's the higher one. Yes!
think Ben enjoyed that.
And again, the yellow and white aircraft has a choice of two. Heading for the second one. No. This team's appeared at so many major air shows across Europe. I saw them earlier this year in France. The crowd absolutely loved them like no other act in the show. The red one going high, and yes, it's worked. Balloons are still up there. Count 1, 2. Silver aircraft going well underneath the first balloon. There's 3 up there now, heading for the second, and yes, he's successful. And now, having disposed of as many balloons as possible, they're getting together for their final waving pass. They'd love to see how much you enjoyed that display. They're very active on social media, on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter, so do follow them at Turb Team on those various platforms. Share your pictures of this great display, one that's perfectly suited to this venue here at East Kirkby. It's no wonder we've had them back for several seasons now. A unique act, if ever there was one, in the very best of airshow traditions, coming past you for the last time. They'll be waving at you, wave back at them, and there they go. Even though they were one aircraft down for most of that, that was a brilliant display in the very best barnstorming traditions. One of them I know is departing back home straight off their display, but the other 3 are due to be landing back with us.
Hi, you're right. Good, thank you. Very good. Yeah, very good. No worries, I'll catch you in a bit, all right? Catch up with you in a bit.
The third of the 3 aircraft that are landing here, coming back in, and they'll very shortly be shutting down right in front of you.
That's perfect, that's fine. Honestly, yeah, that is all good. As long as I can just sneak around you, that'd be great.
I think they might be going for a synchronised engine shutdown when the 3rd aircraft has taxied into position. please give it up for the 4 members of the Turbulent Team today: Alex Renier, Richard Berry, Richard Meredith, and Dave Hall. Well, next up, we've got one of the outstanding training aircraft of all time, an illustrious advanced trainer from the war years in particular, but one which carried on serving many air arms for a good deal longer than that. And in fact, the one we're about to see was the last example of this type on charge with the British military, and that was as late as 2016.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby Squadron.
And here it is, in from the right.
Here we go.
The Nordine Harvard 2B of the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight.
Let's do it.
I say Nordine rather than North American. It's of course being a North American design because this is one of the many Harvards that were built in Canada, either by the Nordine company or by Canadian Car and Foundry. This yellow Harvard that we're watching has an incredible history to its name. It dates from 1944. It served initially with the RAF, then in 1947 it went to the Aeroplane and Armament Experimental Establishment at Boscombe Down in Wiltshire, that famous flight test and trials organisation, and it stayed there with its successor organisations, latterly and of course now Kinetic, until late 2016. So it's been fully 72 years on British military charge. It was then sold to the Aircraft Restoration Company at Duxford, and then in 2022 it went to the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight. And it's an aircraft that has carried on being used in exactly the role it was intended for. Still in the yellow scheme that led to it being nicknamed the Yellow Peril when it was at Boscombe. It was latterly one of 3 and then later 2 and then just the 1 Harvards on strength there. Used for all sorts of test duties including tail dragger instruction and as a slow speed photo chase aircraft. it's absolutely incredible that it survived, because in June 1991 it was photographing a Lockheed Hercules transport aircraft dropping a 1-ton load over Salisbury Plain. Somehow the parachute dropping that load became entangled around this Harvard. Thankfully the aircraft managed to free itself from the errant parachute, otherwise we wouldn't be seeing it flying here today. Just like this one, still a crucial part of our historic aircraft scene today, because just as wartime pilots would largely have flown these before moving on to aircraft like the Spitfire, Hurricane, Mustang and all sorts of other frontline types, so exactly that progression is made by today's band of warbird pilots. Nearly 15,500 Harvards, or as they were known to the US Army Air Forces, the T6 and AT6 Texan, as they were known to the US Navy and Marines, the SNJ, were built. An absolutely brilliant trainer, powerful, with a 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp radial engine, some handling characteristics similar to the fighters the trainees would hopefully move on to. That needed to be flown accurately and well by the trainee, and the same very much still true today.
Beautiful.
And that was a really spirited demonstration of the Harvard 2B of the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight by former Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Commanding Officer Mark Disco.
Yay! Disco! He was brilliant, he was. Still is. Is that a t-shirt? Is it a t-shirt? On there?
Yes.
Oh, is that pizza?
Yes, would you like some?
No. Not yet. It's alright for now. Right, what we got next? Oh, we've got the DA-42 Diamond, I think.
Right, well, next up we move away from historic aeroplanes and an aircraft we've never seen in a flying display at East Kirkby before, in fact one that's hardly ever been seen in flying displays at anywhere, at any venue in the UK other than the big trade show at Farnborough, and then only occasionally, but it's a very familiar sight at airports and general aviation airfields around the world, really. An incredibly pretty and incredibly efficient design from Austrian-based Diamond aircraft, the first twin from that manufacturer, and it was unusual when it first appeared, making its maiden flight in 2002 as a new light twin-engined aircraft. There wasn't felt to be much of a market for them. Well, Diamond proved the doubters wrong. And especially some of those doubts came about as a result of the fact that this aircraft was diesel-engined, Diamond wanting to focus on fuel efficiency and fuel economy with this design. They further achieved it with very, very sleek, highly aerodynamic airframe and a great deal of use of lightweight carbon composites in the construction. And here it is, running in the Diamond DA42 Twin Star. To begin with, the Twin Star used German-built diesel power plants from a company called Thielert, based on Mercedes car engine blocks, and this one, which was built in 2007, has the Thielert engines. And pretty much right from the start, this aircraft was showing some pretty impressive capabilities. Coming in now with the undercarriage down. The most impressive demonstration of that was in 2004, shortly after the aircraft received its European certification, when the late test pilot Gérard Guillemot used a DA42 to make the first ever non-stop transatlantic crossing by a diesel-engined fixed-wing aircraft. Suffered a bit of a setback in 2008 when its engine maker Thielert went bust and production was suspended. But Diamond set up a subsidiary company, Austro Engines, to produce its own AE300 diesel engine, which they now call the A4. And the DA42NG, for I don't know whether it's new or next generation, was the result. More powerful than the previous aircraft, and sales resumed with a vengeance. Twin Stars are used for training either by or on behalf of many major airlines. For example, Air India and Lufthansa have their own fleets of these aeroplanes, and by a lot of commercial pilot training companies. But all sorts of special missions versions of the Twin Star have also been popular, used for tasks like surveillance, mapping and sensing with both militaries and commercial operators. There have even been optionally piloted or UAV models of the Twin Star developed. Production. In excess of 930 of these aeroplanes have now been built. Since 2017, Diamond Aircraft has been owned by a Chinese firm, Wanfeng Aviation, but they still build the Twin Star both at their traditional plant at Wiener Neustadt in Austria and in London, Ontario. Owner, it's a really capable aircraft. Full glass cockpit inside, low fuel burn obviously, it doesn't need long runways to operate from. Very good outright performance, very long range, typical range 1200 plus miles, lots of space inside, the added safety margin of having twin engines. It's a lot cheaper than a turboprop aircraft would be. What's more, it can be fueled with either diesel or jet fuel. Actually its final pass. Jason Budless in the Diamond DA42 Twin Star. Jason's new to the display circuit this year. Very interesting to see one of those aircraft on display. When he bought it, Jason, with a ferry pilot, flew it transatlantic from America to the UK. In a further illustration of just what a capable aeroplane that is. Private owner to an historic aeroplane that was also popular with rich private buyers in its day, and indeed the corporate market. Taxiing out now. In fact, it's not the first time this particular example has operated from East Kirkby, as I thought it was. Great to have it back with us on the ground, and what a beautiful specimen it is.
Oh, Claire. I left my water in. I think I drank it, or it's in here. Could be. It could be. Maybe I drank it. Gotta stay hydrated, right? How we doing, ladies and gents? Thank you guys for watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at East Kirkby for that wonderful airshow. fuel. Bless you. Don't forget to support the Ted Coningsby channel as well. Giving us a thumbs up. You've been clear to touch and go on the like button. And also, do help us get to 136,000 subscribers by subscribing, and marry that up with the notification bell button so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. Do share, do
Walter
care.
Herschel Beech was already a prominent aircraft designer by the early 1930s. He co-founded the Travel Air Company with Clyde Cessna and Lloyd Stearman. There are a couple of names to conjure with. In 1932 he set up the Beech Company, and with his designer Ted Wells, who'd been a colleague at Travel Air, he conceived a fast executive aircraft as his first design. It was quite a gamble during the Great Depression, just 3 years after the Wall Street crash, but Beech saw the potential, and what potential there was with this design. About to roll the Beech D-17S, but much better known by its nickname, the Staggerwing. Took off past you there, you'll have probably realised why the nickname was coined when the aircraft first appeared in public in 1932, and it's because the upper wing is positioned slightly behind the lower one. This, as you can see, is an aircraft with excellent aerodynamics. In fact, the first prototype had a fixed rather than a retractable undercarriage. They soon changed that, and that improved its already very slippery shape. Extremely clean surfaces on this aircraft and a very sleek outline. The aim was to produce an aeroplane capable of a 1,000-mile range and a top speed in excess of 200 miles an hour, but also for it to have 5 seats, including the pilots, and plenty of luggage space. Initially, the base model cost somewhere in the region of $14,000 US. Compare that to the average cost of a house in America in 1933, which was somewhere around $6,000, and you understand why sales were slow to pick up. Soon, the Staggerwing dominated the market for luxury, private and executive aircraft in the United States, helped by having a very luxurious leather and mohair cabin. All sorts of models were available. Power ranged from 225 horsepower on the Jacobs engine 17L model to a one-off with a 710 horsepower Wright engine with supercharging, which was used for air racing. Standard Staggerwings showed the sort of performance that really surprised even for an executive aircraft of the day. On air races and long distance flights, they managed to execute some very notable exploits, different versions, won the very prestigious Texaco and Bendix Trophy air races in the States in the 1930s. Jacqueline Cochran set a new women's outright world air speed record in a modified Staggerwing. War came around, this aircraft type had all sorts of roles, particularly as a VIP transport, for example, for diplomats and as a communications aircraft. The US Army Air Forces and Navy and the RAF used them in quantity. And before war broke out, and quite early, Staggerwing was used by the same Secret Intelligence Service reconnaissance flight led by Sidney Cotton as the Lockheed 12 we saw earlier. The sound that it does when it's down to the exhausts. The left hand four cylinders are on one exhaust pipe, the right hand four cylinders on another. The bottom cylinder is on a third exhaust pipe. Every second rotation you hear a puff of that one cylinder with its short exhaust stack. This one has quite a lot of wartime service of its own. It was supplied to Britain under the Lend-Lease agreement and allocated to the fleet air arm of the Royal Navy. But the camouflage scheme represents another wartime Staggerwing, and one that had a very special purpose. Painted as the personal aeroplane of His Royal Highness Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands while he was in exile in London from 1941 to 45 while his country was occupied, and that's why it has a rather unusual serial number, PB1, Prince Bernhard 1. The real PB1 was destroyed during a Luftwaffe raid on Evere airfield near Brussels on New Year's Day 1945. While this aircraft was owned by one of the great pioneers of the warbird aircraft movement in the UK, Robs Lamplugh, that it was first painted as PB1, and in fact Prince Bernhard saw this aeroplane in his colours at an air show in the Netherlands in 1980 and flew in it. This aircraft was sold to its current owner, Peter Kuipers, in 2020. Peter, as a Dutchman, decided to keep it in the Prince Bernhard colour scheme. Lovely aircraft to fly according to Staggerwing pilots, tremendous performance and long range, but it does have some idiosyncrasies. Having the upper wing set further back than the lower one means it doesn't stall conventionally, because the lift from the upper wing continues even if the lower wing has stalled. also got a very springy undercarriage, which can make a pilot think they've bounced on landing when they haven't. Your final chance to see the aircraft on this pass. We're expecting it to depart to Duxford afterwards. In the Staggerwing. Very elegantly flown by Peter, who is one of the regular captains of B-17 Sally B that we saw earlier. He keeps the aircraft at Leopoldsburg in Belgium and regularly uses it to commute over to the UK to fly the B-17 and other historic aeroplanes during the summer season. Well, a couple of flying items still remain, and the next one, quite a late addition to the programme, replacing the Cat 10 that we had hoped to see, which has suffered a technical problem doing power checks at the end of the runway. It's an aircraft that celebrates a very significant anniversary this year. It's the de Havilland Canada Chipmunk T10, and here it goes. Is 80 years since its first flight, which took place in May 1946 from the de Havilland Canada factory airfield at Downsview in Toronto. This aircraft had been designed as a successor to the Tiger Moth for both the RAF and the Royal Canadian Air Force, to be built by de Havilland in Britain at its plants at Hatfield in Hertfordshire and at Harden near Chester, as well as in Canada. Francis St Barb, who was a director of de Havilland in the UK, is reputed to have said to this aircraft's designer in Canada, "If you will make a good trainer, I will sell it." Well, that was certainly true. It was developed as cost effectively as possible, but it was quite a high priority programme for the British parent company, not least because it had so many advantages over the Tiger Moth that preceded it. Of course, it's a monoplane as opposed to a biplane. It's got quite advanced features compared with the Tiger, like flaps, brakes, an enclosed cockpit, and a decent radio. Nevertheless, sales when it first appeared were quite slow to pick up because there were still so many perfectly functional wartime trainers around, and a lot of countries, including Britain, were strapped for cash after so many years of total war. When sales picked up, this aircraft really took off. The complete production run totaled around 1,280. Service with the Royal Canadian Air Force started in 1949, with the RAF the following year, And just like the Harvard that we saw a little while ago, this aircraft is still training pilots, albeit not as a present-day trainer in 2026. Still 2 of them on strength with the RAF, however, with the Battle of Britain Memorial flight at Coningsby.
Sure.
Fulfill the very important tail dragger training role. Both of the other service historic flights, the now civilianised Navy wings and the historic Army aircraft flight, also have Chipmunks in their inventory for that purpose too. And there are large numbers on the private market as well.
You alright? You're good, yeah? Cool. Okay, here we go.
It was the Oxford University Air Squadron that first took the Chipmunk into RAF service. The Air Force then used them with reserve flying squadrons of the Royal Air Force Volunteer Reserve after a long evaluation, then the University Air Squadrons, and latterly the Air Experience flights. But Chipmunks also had certain frontline tasks to their name. For example, number 114 Squadron in Cyprus used them in 1958 and 59 to help counter the Greek separatist movement EOKA, which was mounting an insurgency campaign on the island. They flew visual reconnaissances in Chipmunks with army observers in the back seat. They escorted convoys, conducted mail drops, and did all sorts of other tasks. The agility of the Chipmunk was a boon when flying low inside the deep valleys of the Troodos range. And we're going to see some of that agility demonstrated very well now by this Chipmunk T-10. Famous operator of the Chipmunk in the RAF for a purpose other than training was the station flight at RAF Gatow in West Berlin during the Cold War. From 1956 onwards, it flew Chipmunks on photo reconnaissance and occasionally even electronic intelligence gathering duties on behalf of BRIXMIS, the British Commanders-in-Chief mission to the Soviet forces in Germany, as it was rather euphemistically named. Flying over divided Berlin, exploiting Allied rights to fly within the Berlin control. They used those rights to both observe and photograph Soviet installations inside the Berlin zone and around its periphery, obtaining very many notable intelligence coups along the way, and on at least one occasion being shot at from the ground by Soviet troops. One of the two Chipmunks on the Battle of Britain Memorial's flight strength is indeed a former Cold War Berlin Chipmunk. Other than Canada and the UK have flown the Chipmunk. They were flown on skis in Denmark, and they were also built under license in Portugal. In fact, the other Chipmunk here today is an ex-Portuguese one, and Portugal is the last military operator of the Chipmunk as a non-historic aeroplane. Six of them still in service, upgraded with Lycoming engines. This one, of course, has the classic 145 horsepower de Havilland Gypsy Major engine. The Portuguese use them for pilot screening, for glider towing and initial pilot training. While it was announced in April this year that they'll be replacing the Portuguese Chipmunks with Italian-built Tecnam trainers, I was told by one of the Portuguese Chipmunk pilots who came to Britain earlier this year that they're so useful as glider tugs that they may well still carry on in service after the Tecnams have come along. Lovely aeroplane to fly. A pilot friend of mine said flying a Chipmunk is quite simply one of the most fantastic aviation experiences you can have. And a lot of people have been fortunate enough to sample those qualities because, of course, as I say, they flew with the University Air Squadrons. Lots of air cadets flew in them on the Air Experience flights until they were replaced in that role in 1996. And you can still take flight in Chipmunks from many locations around the UK today, including from Fenland Aerodrome, which is where this aircraft is based and where this one offers rides.
Cool.
On just 145 horsepower, that excellent aerobatic sequence was a splendid example of managing a low-powered aeroplane's energy and still put on ever such a spirited display, concluding with a nice side-slipped approach to land.
Oh, yes! Ho, ho.
A beautiful showing of the Chipmunk T10 from John Higgins. And thank you to John for stepping in, as I said, at quite short notice into our display to replace the Cap 10.
Oh, Christoph, hope you're alright, mate.
Yeah, 45 then.
One flying item remains. I'm told it is airborne from its base, so it shouldn't be with us. It should be with us, I should say, before too long. then we should be seeing the Turb team off on departure before we finish proceedings with the joint taxi run from the Lancaster and the Mosquito.
Heading back to the vehicle, and then it's just a taxi.
So we've got one more flying display, and then we've got the double taxi runs of the Mosquito and the Lancaster.
I can hear myself back in there. Could have just thrown it away, to be honest. Then I thought we might have some more stuff. I thought I'll empty it.
That was nice. That was awesome.
Well, the aircraft that we're going to be seeing as our final flying item of the day is another quite late replacement. We had intended to see a Yak 3, which we've had here before. Instead, we're going to be seeing a Yak 11. And this aircraft that we're about to see is a rather rarer bird on the show circuit than the Yak 3.
Bit of a rare bird. It's really bit of a rare bird. Not as rare as yours, but it carries on, I reckon. Nope. Umbrellas? I'm getting all this fat in here.
Oh yeah, you alright? Good, yeah, good, thank you. Oh, it's been good, isn't it? Yeah, nice one. No. See ya. Yak 11. Nice. Start looking out for it. The Yak 11 should be able to hear the Shvetsov Ash 21 engine. It's gone too fast, on its way. Who said that? Oi oi, whoever that was. Ah, oi oi, you alright? You're
The Yakovlev fighters were among the unsung heroes of World War II, really. The Yak 1 was the first of them. That design was made smaller and lighter to create the Yak 3, but of course it still had to be a rugged and easy to maintain airframe for the harsh climates of the Eastern Front. And with its excellent agility, particularly its rates of turn and roll, the Yak 3 was more than a match for its German contemporary adversaries like the Messerschmitt Bf-109G and the Focke-Wulf FW-119. capability. It was used primarily as a low-level fighter. It was fast and agile in all regimes at low level. Its most famous user, the Free French Normandie-Niemen regiment, which scored the last 99 of its 273 confirmed aerial victories in the Yak-3. A dedicated two-seat trainer version of that was developed to replace the two-seat Yak-7 models, and it was created on the basis of the radial engine version of the Yak-3U. The result was too late for World War II, but the two-seat Yak-3 UTI with a less powerful Shvetsov Ash 821 engine of 700 horsepower was developed from it. That design in turn was given longer wings and a fixed tail wheel. It was redesignated as the Yak-11. Like all Soviet and Russian aircraft, it was given a NATO reporting name, and in the case of the Yak-11, that was Moose. More than 4,500 were built. They served in all the Warsaw Pact states and other Soviet-aligned nations, and in excess of 700 of them were produced under license by the LEHC factory in Czechoslovakia, and it's one of those that we're going to be seeing now.
Tim, pizza. Yeah, it's yours.
Right.
Are you coming to eat?
Should be here with us any second now.
Are you okay for a photo or not yet?
Can't do it until after the show because I've got
What time do you think?
5:30.
Yeah, come back. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, got the Yak-11 coming now. You can hear it.
And so, high and to the right, running in. From Russian radials, we have the Let Yakovlev C-11.
Bye, everybody.
It's high and dry, isn't it?
In spite of being conceived as a trainer, Yak-11s did see combat. In fact, one of them, operated by the North Korean Air Arm, was among the first victims of an aerial shoot-down in the Korean War. On the 27th of June 1950, 2 days after that war started, North American F-82G twin Mustangs of the 68th Fighter All-Weather Squadron of the US Air Force some civilians being evacuated when they were attacked by several North Korean aeroplanes. Lieutenant William G. Hudson and his radar operator, Lieutenant Carl Fraser, aboard one of the twin Mustangs, shot down a Yak-11 like this over Kimpo Airfield, and 2 other twin Mustangs downed some Lavochkin LA-7 fighters. These aircraft have been popular on the Western warbird scene since the 1970s. Large numbers of them were recovered from Egypt, including this one. It was part of a cache of more than 40 ex-Egyptian Yak-11s brought out of Egypt by that great French warbird and historic aircraft collector, the late Jean Salis and Alain Capel, in the mid-1980s. A lot of them stayed in France, but a large number were also sold internationally. This one was restored at La Ferté-Alais in France, Jean Salis's home airfield, in the 1990s. It got put on the British register in the year 2000 in the hands of the late Egidio Gavazzi, and it's been through the hands of various owners after him. It was bought by its current owner, Andrew Holman West, who's the founder and boss of a company called Russian Radials, based at Atherstone near Stratford-on-Avon, which specialises, as the name suggests, in the overhaul, the maintenance and the rebuild of Soviet-era radial power plants, like the ones we saw in the Yak 52s earlier, and like the one in this Yak 11. Making quite notable appearances, this aircraft. Andrew flew it to Belbek in the Crimea for an air show in 2013. You certainly couldn't do that now, with various other members of the Royal Air Squadron. And he's got quite a fleet of aeroplanes at his private strip at Alscott Park, the former RAF Atherstone, including a Yak 3. He's got a Yak 50, a Yak 52, and a Beech 18. On departure there from Sam Watmo at the controls of Andrew Holman West's Yak C11.
What about the curry what? Is that...
And with that, Sam brings the flying display to a close, but as I say, we still have one of the highlights of the day to come, with the Lancaster and the Mosquito on the move together. Before that, on the flight line, the 3 Druid Turbulents of the Tiger Club that landed back earlier are engines started, or engines starting, ready to depart, along with their support aircraft, a Curry Super Watt. That's the largely blue biplane parked next to them. And we're also, I think, going to get Peter Troy Davies underway with the Calidus Auto Gyro.
How you doing, ladies and gents? Steady bits, hope you're all good.
Actually got about a quarter of an hour until we're due to see the Lanc and the Mozzie.
Cool.
On the move.
Gary Lockton, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the Posh Officers Club. Dawn Mitchell, high five, thank you for the super chat. Guards March to you, thank you so much for that. Wendy Game 6774, high five and a Guards March, thank you for joining the Posh Officers. Also Gareth Clayton, high five, Guards March, thank you for joining the squadron as well. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March to you. Julie Beard, how you doing? Hope you're good. Enjoy your 18th birthday, Lacey. To Righty Point Charlie crew will be in full attendance to help you celebrate. Oh yeah, Guards March to Julie Beard. Guards March to Mr. Everett. Oi oi! Thanks for always lifting the depression. Thanks for the time you spend to give us this amazing content. Thank you very much, Mr. Everett. And stay in the green. A little bit of help from Ted. Sylvester Il Malvina, Guards March. Thank you very much for the super. Happy days, everyone. Ali Leyland, thank you very much. Guards March to you. So great to see this today. Thank you. I'll be here at the end of the month for my taxi run on Just Jane. Nice one. Ben England as well, member for 27 months. Good afternoon, Nikos and the TCS. Guards March to you. Babsar, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Mark Barr, thank you very much for your 11 months. A year gardening, 23 months membership. Loving this, thank you very much. Stephen Ross, 14, congratulations on 36 months membership. Join when the TCS was reaching 20k. Glad to have been part of the journey. Thanks, Ted, Nicholas, and of course the Mosquito one and only Reggie. Doug Ross, thank you very much for the super. Nikos Brown Pop Fund, thank you very much. Lee Shan, thank you very much. You 22 months. Oi 22 months in. Guards March to you. The Bat Purple, Guards March to you. Guards March, thanks a lot for the super chat there. The Bat Purple. Bev 2810, thanks Nikos and Ted. Love Lynn and Ben, thank you very much, and the Guards March to you. Anne Cox with 27 months membership. Oh wow, has it really been that long? Great work, Nikos, Ted. Thank you for all you do. Guards March. Anne Cox as well. Thanks a lot for the super chat. The tea and coffee and sweets for the bears and chicken. Thank you very much. EP65, high five and a Guards March. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Right, the gyrocopter is just taxiing now, and I'm hoping we can see a PTO from that curry what. That would be amazing. Hope you all enjoyed the show so far. Here we go. So departure time, and then it's the oh, they're all going for it. Look at them. I managed to get a performance takeoff, English electric lightning style from this curry what. I know, right? You what? Say what? Yeah, literally, it is an amazing Now, look at it. If you just tuned in, you probably think this is some sort of wacky races, like aero race. I mean, look at it. Look at this. I hope we get a PTO from this. Trust me, if you've not seen this depart, it can pull hard and go up pretty much vertical. No idea how, but I'm sure this is going to be some sort of takeoff, right? Right, here we go, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Right, we've got the Turb team departing as well, and we've also got the gyrocopter as well, and the curry watts. And here we go. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope you've all enjoyed the show as well today, and a big thank you to all those that have tuned in and stayed with us all day. It's been a really good day. We are nearly on 136,000 subscribers, which is absolutely incredible, and that's a massive shout out to all of you with the support.
Peter Troy Davies with the Auto Gyro, the first to line up. He's heading home to Fleetwood up near Blackpool.
Alright, what sort of departure we're going to get? Go on then, send it, man. Here we go.
Thank you very much to Peter. Fantastic show from him as ever here at East Kirkby. It's a delight to welcome him back every season, pretty much. He fits into this display arena so well. We wish him a safe flight home, and then the 3 turbs and the curry super watt heading back to Damon's Hall.
Right, here we go. Now then, I can't afford to miss this one. Just hope it does it. It'd be nice from this angle as well. It'd be so good. They're all going. Scenes there, isn't it? Whoa, 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 hello. It's a bit like a washing machine up there. It's a bit choppy.
So, with them on their way, preparations being made to tow the Lancaster and the Mosquito out onto the airfield, ready to get them started up and on their way for the final taxi run of the day.
Here we go.
A reminder that there are, of course, many other events taking place at East Kirkby through the rest of the season, including towards the end of this month. The next that'll include a small flying display. That event taking place over the some of the days of the late August bank holiday weekend. Check the website, linksaviation.co.uk, for all the details. The A26 Invader is going to be displaying there, along with a contingent from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. So certainly some excellent moments to be enjoyed alongside the Lancaster and Mosquito taxi runs at that display. Check out all the dates and book your tickets on the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre website.
Here we go then. And yeah, it's really nice to see it packed here today. It really was. It's been really, really good. And again, I'll say it before we finish up the show, but a big thank you to all the organisers and of course Andrew Panton for giving us the opportunity to be here. So big thank you to him. Thank you for giving us another year here. Thank you very much. Now today ground crew Drew has been spending a little bit of time doing some work on the Gloucester Meteor F8 today. He's been doing some little bit of ground crew Drew. I'll pop that video on at some point for the members to see what the bears get up to in their spare time. Hello.
Of course, quite apart from the special event dates over the rest of the year, the centre remains open.
You're right there, yeah.
And some of my most
just wear and tear.
coming here have been
old, isn't it?
Yeah.
very much in the off-season. There aren't perhaps so many people around, and it's a very contemplative
You right?
place at which to while
All
away
good.
a few hours.
All good. Take care, yeah.
Permanent displays,
Cool,
for example,
cool.
those in the control tower with records of
I don't know yet. Regular week
Lancaster
next week, and then
squadrons.
Eastbourne the week after that.
East Kirkby, they really
So,
do
yeah.
give you a sense of the sacrifice
all
of
is good.
those members of Bomber.
Yeah, you too, man. You're right, yeah. Take care. See you in a bit.
Amongst many other corners of the county, of course. It is one of the most powerful aviation heritage locations I've ever been to in the UK, and well worth your time on dates other than those at which special events are taking place. So I definitely recommend coming back on an ordinary opening day to the centre and taking your time to enjoy the permanent displays and of course see some of the engineering work in the off-season going on the Lancaster in the hangar as well.
If I hear anything, I can say, oh, something taxi there. Only cheap, the same they're only cheap.
So our last item of the day is the the pairs taxi run of the Lancaster and the Mosquito that you can see on the screens there. So all is good. Thanks for staying with us all day today. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you've all enjoyed it.
I want to try and get back for her birthday, but if she's going to be out with her boyfriend until then, I feel that better. It's not. Even if it's that, it doesn't have to be in the same hotel, even somewhere.
You joined in it, Nicholas?
Yes, mate. How are you? You enjoying it?
Yeah.
Good.
That was fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always good fun here. Always good.
The gyro's amazing.
It was good, wasn't it? That takeoff he just did was very good.
That was good. Especially that landing at the end.
Yeah, the landing was great as well, wasn't it?
I don't know what day it was. We were around, and Margot just shoved off and do her own thing. As we were. It's close to go walking. So close to Beachy Head. We'll probably go and walk. Good. We're actually right, literally coming through the entrance. They're literally put us right next to the disabled. Yeah, when you normally park. When you visit.
How you doing, man? I'm all right for a minute, man. I'm all good. Yeah, it's nice and cool. It's lovely temperature.
Been a good day.
Yeah, well, yeah, might as well. We can't just move. No, we can't go anywhere. Oh, what's that? Nice. Very good. Oh, right, okay, well that's even better. That's really good. That's very good. That's very good. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Used to be my favourite.
Did your daddy talk to you?
One of our visiting light aircraft is being allowed to get away on departure to its home base. We're now, once that has taken off, ready to get the Mosquito and the Lancaster out for their final flourish of the day.
No, that's not for this.
Here we go. I know it's not like me, but I thought that was cool. I've zoomed in on it because sorry, I know it's not like me, but it was worthy. That was worthy. that was worthy. Come on, that was that was good. I hope you enjoyed that. Oh dear. Bit of a pop there, wasn't it? Clarice. Hang on, messaging. Oh, I'll just show you it. It's alright, it's nothing bad. I've just done 3 lines. I'm not really sure. Okay, yeah, alright. Yeah, why not? It's just this, that is at home. It's quite nice to be there. Or like the bed tents. So our last item of the day is the pairs taxi, the Mosquito and the Lancaster together. It's quite a sight.
Good boy,
A little blue trolley, by the way, for those wondering. It's not a generator. The Mozzie doesn't have an APU. It is like a battery. It's an accu trolley. It's an accumulator trolley or an accu trolley, this blue trolley. Basically, it uses this power trolley instead of the aircraft's battery, so to speak, so it doesn't completely take out all the energy on the battery from the actual aircraft. So it uses this accu trolley.
So, we're ready for the closing unique moments of this event. The only place in Britain or in Europe where you'll see a Lancaster and a Mosquito underway under their own power. The unmistakable note of fully 6 Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, powering 2 of the most illustrious multi-engine types of the wartime RAF. As ever, the tremendously hard-working team of engineers getting the 2 aircraft ready for you, and we begin with the startup of the Lancaster.
I'm starting again.
I mean, that must be an awesome sight in a Mosquito looking at the Lancaster and vice versa. That must be pretty spectacular. there we go. Look at this. Brilliant, excellently done. Absolutely
Only
fantastic.
at East Kirkby, the closing act of our 2026 air show. The Merlins on the Lancaster and the Mosquito fall silent, and we finish off another memorable and really, really varied and enjoyable day's flying and taxiing activity at this wonderful venue. A few thank yous before we go. Thanks to the team from R5 Air Displays for putting on the flying displays for you. Thank you to the whole team here at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre for staging this magnificent event year on year. And above all, thanks once again to all of you for coming, for doing your bit to support the centre, for doing your bit to support the restoration to flying condition of the Lancaster. And the team here very much looks forward to welcoming you all back here, whether on a normal opening day or for a special event very soon. Thank you so much for coming. Have a safe journey home. And from me, Ben Dunnell, it's goodbye.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Nice one, thank you very much. Oh, I guess it's time for us to finish up and wrap up the show, and well, we may get a couple of departures as well in the meantime, but thank you so much everyone who's tuned in today. It's been amazing, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. How you doing? All right, yeah? Good. So, right, Lady Shed City Bears, Alan Q, thanks a lot as well for the super chat. Thanks all of you who have supported the channel as well today, and for those that made donations as well today via the link. We've got the link in the pinned comments as well and the description. So a big thank you again from us as well, from the Ted Coningsby channel. We will catch this really cool departure as well. In Italian Air Force markings as well. It looks pretty cool there. Yeah. Don't know what that one is, but I'll get back to you on that one. We'll catch those departures, why not? But in the meantime, thank you very much to everyone at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Thank you very much for putting on another awesome East Kirkby Air Show. It's our third year here as well, supporting the East Kirkby Air Show and broadcasting it to you. So make sure that you go to the website as well and have a look at some of the events that they do as well. So we covered the Lancs tanks and military machines. They do that in sort of around May bank holiday times. They have other events, photography. If you're into your photography, you can do some night photography. They also have special membership as well, membership evenings as well. It's amazing, it really is. So do check it out and have a look. A big thank you to those who donated as well today. If you have, put it in the comments now. I'll have a look quickly and might catch these departures. Let's have a look what we got here. Hang on, we got this this cool, almost looks like a grasshopper, doesn't it? Static displays. please. Bulldogs by any chance? Send it. Tiger moth has started up as well as the what looks like a grasshopper, but this was nice today as well. This CRT, that was great. That. credits after a movie, and I just stay on a little bit more. Would have missed this actually. Still seeing the departures of these static displays. Actually got quite a few departing. I don't mind staying on, we're in no rush. Here comes the Tiger Moth. Look at this. Got the Operation Torch. When you see the US Star insignia, the US Army Air Force with the yellow border around it, that was only for Operation Torch, the North Africa campaign. Yeah, Operation Torch between October 1942 to 43, inspired by also the RAF yellow, varied in thickness, emitted from the top of the wings though, usually. So it's quite rare to see one on top of the wings, the yellow that is, used for North African theatre of operations, the Allied invasion of the French North Africa. So when you see the star like this one, here's my little trusty list. List of ones that I made. Right, got to see this yak. Was it a yak 18 or something? Is it? I don't know. I can't remember what it was. I know it was on. Obviously, it didn't display today, but it was static. There's all sorts there. Look at this.
They just, they're tons to YouTube.
Magic tree in the see one of these. That is impressive. V2, can you Adam and believe it? Look at this. Amazing. Skip the V2. Look at this. I know it's a replica, I get that, but still, I've never seen one in its replica form anyway, so this is a bit of a bonus. The V2 setting off car alarms. Right. Dan Digital HD, thank you very much for the super Guards March. Thank you very much, and we are done. Thanks a lot to Dan Digital HD, Guards March to you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's time for Ted and I to finish up. We are done. Thank you very much. And just quickly, just want to thank everyone at the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Big shout out to and a big thank you to Ben for commentating today. Thank you very much for an amazing job. And also, again, all the engineers, all those that put in that effort to keep these in taxi order and yet on the way to getting that Lancaster up and flying again one more time. Wouldn't that just be amazing, right? Amazing. From all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, thank you to Andrew Panton for giving us another opportunity to be here and broadcasting this amazing air show so that people can come. They can check it out and see how amazing an air show it is. And yet this is just what we see in the air. There's all the stands, the stalls, the charities, the singing, the museum, the hangar, the B-25. Everything else about it is amazing, and all the other events that go into it. And yeah, so from our perspective, thank you for tuning in today, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And yeah, well, I hope you have an absolutely amazing weekend. So, my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, didn't need to be a commentator today. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here for East Kirkby Airshow 2026. So, for the last time for the week, I know mate, I know, beret down. It is, see you soon, wish you well, see ya! Right, hit the button Teddy, hit the button. Where's that beret gone mate? Goodness me. Oh no, I've got it. I forgot. That's the call. Yeah, I'm just going to press the button. I love that. Yeah. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Yeah.